FDMG!
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I am a certified school psychologist.
Hi, Dr. Umar. I'm so happy that you're my principal. I love FDMG. Can you tell me about the school?
We are going to make history. We are going to shock the world. We are going to transform the entire community, one black boy at a time. In this school, you don't have to worry about special education. In this school, you don't have to worry about ADHD diagnoses. In this school, you will never get a phone call from a teacher or an administrator telling you that your child needs dangerous psychiatric medication in order to get an education.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for tuning on in. I appreciate y'all's presence. We got quite a bit to get through today. We may even have a special guest. We're going to see how that works out. Either way, I appreciate y'all taking the time to kick it. Quick or test on the feet. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
Yeah, all across the world. They got their candles and their lighters. You know how people be doing that. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Tuning on in. I appreciate it. We're going to take our time because we have to get through this video so we can have a reset. I'm thinking of live streaming tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, so if I can get one in, I will get one in. But I'll know for sure about it in this live stream. I'm a little tired. You can probably tell, but we still gonna have a good time. I hope everyone's been doing well. This has been really interesting with Umar. He's been in hiatus and hiding now for it's getting close to a month. Interestingly enough, he's posted very little on his Instagram page, and we'll just have to wait and see how things go with Umar. I do have 2 other videos that I do plan on getting to between now and I guess the next time he goes live. And once we finish with those, I'll take some time to get back working with the documentary. I was actually worked on a little bit today. Once I'm done with this live stream, I'm going to work on some more of it, and I'm covering the time period just before Umar starts his master's program and just before he gets put on child support by his first baby mama. And I'm getting from that period all the way, and I'm almost up to 2005, and I'm going to try to push through to get closer. I got a long way to go. Okay, but once that's done, this next segment, I'll have that available for members only. Okay, so I'll update people as I continue to progress. But I did put some time in today, and then after this live stream, I'm going to put a couple hours in, and then tomorrow I'm off, so I'm going to put in quite a bit of time. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning on in. There is a poll question, and I think this is an interesting poll question. I don't know why I never, well, I've asked it, but I didn't give as many options. Already we have 441 votes. The poll question is, are you an Umar Johnson supporter? And there's three options. Option number one, I am a supporter. Option number two, I was a supporter, but not anymore. And option number three is I was never a supporter. And already 3%, they're currently a supporter of Umar. I'm kind of surprised by that. And you Umar Johnson supporters, you guys are welcome here too. Okay? I don't want you guys to feel as if you're not welcome here. In fact, in terms of the people who voted, there's 19% of the people used to be supporters of Umar, but not anymore. And then I was shocked by this. 79% was never a supporter. Okay. Because I get people who email me sometimes, or not email, but they'll post comments. They said, listen, I never knew who the guy was until I found you start talking about him. So that may be the case for some people. But if you are so inclined at any given point during this live stream, make sure you go ahead and get your vote in, because I think this is a fascinating poll question, because there's three options and it's not just yes or no. And then, of course, if you enjoy the show at any given point, go on and hit that like button. I really appreciate it, because that helps get these videos out to the algorithm, and the numbers have been fantastic. And it has a lot to do with engagement in the chat room. It has a lot to do with the like. So please hit the like button if you are so inclined. Take you about 2 seconds to do that. All right, so I want to get right on into this, because we got to get through this video today. And this is an interview that Umar did. It came online on the 30th of last month, October 30th of 2025, but it was recorded. I think it had to have been recorded before the 27th, I believe, or 28th, one of the two. But this is the last thing that we've seen of Umar. He hasn't done anything since. The other thing too is we may have a guest come on. There was some receipts that were sent to me, and shout out to Lenon. Thank you so much for doing that. We may have a guest that comes on to talk about those receipts. And if it doesn't happen today, at some point we'll have this person on, and it just reinforced what I've been saying about Umar. And I don't want to give too much away. I on my community tab, I posted a screenshot of one of the text messages. And I talked about this same thing in the first documentary, because there was a brother that was going to come out and do all the HVAC work and do, it was something else too, HVAC, and I can't remember, I thought it was plumbing. I can't remember, it was such a long time ago. And well, I'm gonna leave it right there, because I don't want to say too much. Okay, so if it happens, it'll happen. If not, though, I'll do my best to make it happen in the near future. Okay, we already got 643 people here. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Shout to the quick crush chat. 2 quick super chats. We'll get into the video. User225 says, will they finally talk about FDMG this time? I think that they will. I'm not quite sure. I know I said a major FDMG update, and I probably shouldn't have did that. Because what are we, an hour into the video, and Umar hasn't mentioned FDMG, but I would think that it is brought up. And so if it is, we'll get to that today. Okay. Thank you guys for your patience on that. And I don't watch these videos in advance. Okay. So I just kind of assumed I shouldn't have done that. Thank you, user225. Gamer Guy, how's it going, Gamer Guy? Says, here you go. Get you that Umar special Obatala shake to keep your energy up for the show. I have an energy drink. It's a V8 energy drink. One of my sons, this is what he likes to drink. So I'm going to have one of those, because I'm feeling a little tired. Okay, but it's all good. We're going to get into it. Thank you, Gamer Guy. Speaking of gaming, we have an Xbox X. We got it like when it first came out. So we've had it for years. And from the time that we had it to 2 weeks ago, we had Game Pass, because they took the price up to, I don't know, what, $30 a month. I can't justify that, because I don't really play like I used to. I don't have time. And then my kids, they have specific games that they play, and only really 2 of my children, they really play. Actually 3, but 2 really play. And so what I told them is, we're going to go ahead and cancel that subscription, because I'm not going to be paying $30 a month for Game Pass. And then whatever games you guys want, I'll just buy them, and then you can just play them. All right. So interesting enough, I haven't had time to play. The game that I was playing from time to time was Starfield, but I haven't played it in a long time, and I haven't had time. I may end up getting it on PC, but I just don't have time. Anyway, thanks, Gamer Guy, for the super chat. I appreciate it. All right. And then the Smart Barbie says, Umar isn't hiding, Lenon. He's on bed rest. Now this could be it. And I don't know. But of course, the last thing that we've heard about Umar, shout out to Sister Mary Ann Lawrence. She reported that Umar allegedly had fainted. He passed out at a speaking engagement. And I believe it. We haven't heard anything from Umar since. There have been some posts on his Instagram page, but in terms of him doing videos, nothing. Okay, it's going to be interesting to see how all this plays out. All right, so we'll have to wait and see. All right, it's always something though. Okay, thanks, Smart Barber. And again, I really appreciate you guys. I really do. You know, yesterday I said some things. I was just reflecting on how far the Good Chat has come and how far I've come to it in my life over these last few years. And I'm just really grateful and really thankful. Okay, thank you guys so much. Thanks, Smart Barber, for the super chat. I appreciate it. All right, let's get right on into the video. Like I said yesterday, we're going to get right on into it. We're going to take an hour. We just took 10 minutes. All right. All right. So we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. And we left off at the 1 hour and 40-second mark. So let me cue that up here. 1 hour and 40-second mark. We're going to the 1 hour 15-minute mark, 15-second mark, because that's on. They won't allow me to do that. Here we go.
Wow. The reason you know Donald Trump is not in charge, you're going to sit here and tell me that you think Donald Trump likes Netanyahu? You're going to sit here and tell me Donald Trump cares about Israel?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Why hasn't he went against Israel yet? Why hasn't Donald Trump went against Netanyahu yet? Because he knows if he does, Netanyahu, through the Israeli infiltration of American society.
Who are he funny? Well, all of this is really manipulation. You know, look at him. He's about to turn into a werewolf. But you see how, and when he does like this is all about manipulation, keeping people's attention while he's running his mouth. You know, it's not as if he's saying anything that is verifiable. Okay, he's just running his mouth. But he does this a lot, the hand gestures and all this stuff. But he's about to turn into the werewolf of Wilmington.
Will expose his entire connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
And always yelling.
Donald Trump must do as he's told, or he will be exposed. Sheesh.
Let's talk about black economics and financial
Mm-hmm.
power for a second. So you've spoken about the importance of group economics. In 2025, like with social media, you know, cryptocurrency,
Mm-hmm.
digital banks, what would a modern Black Wall Street look like?
I think a modern Black Wall Street will look pretty much like a traditional Black Wall Street, except you have the added systems that we now have available to us, like the crypto, the AI, and the things like that.
Yeah.
It almost reminds me of
This guy. Umar, you a trip.
when you watch Black Panther 1, right? They showed you the African society, the visual. It still had the traditional culture, but everything was modern. See, the one thing we got to understand as African people, our principles don't change.
You see how Umar he starts talking about Wakanda. Yeah, he said the crypto. What's up, D? That's all. Yeah, he's just winging it. He's making it up. He's making it up. He starts bringing up Wakanda. All right.
But the appearance will. Unity is an eternal principle for African people. How it looks may evolve. You see that? Financial independence is a permanent principle for African people. How it looks may
He ain't saying nothing.
evolve. The problem with a lot of us, especially in the conscious movement, we
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's
he
always
does.
look the same.
Yeah. I saw Brother Muhammad. Yeah, I've never known a man that has a day about and think he knows everything enough. Yeah, Umar, he does. He really. I said this, like, I think it was last week. I said, even if Umar doesn't know the answer to something, he's going to come up with something. And there are people who are like that. Instead of saying, listen, I don't know, or let me look into that, or I'm going to do a little research, he'll just start running off the mouth, off the side of his neck, and starts making up stuff. And he just keeps going and going and going. That's what he's doing right here. And out of all the people, he has no business talking about economics, because he's tricked off. It's got to be close to, at this point, it has to be about $1.4 million that he's tricked. No, not that, but probably about $1.2 million that's just totally unaccounted for since 2009 to present. So he's the person that's going to be speaking about, black economics, or even talking about Black Wall Street. I even have a video of Umar talking about how he was going to do a Black Wall Street. Yeah, Umar's something else, boy. He'll come up with something, though. That's Umar. Yeah, shout out to Brother Muhammad.
Always look the same.
Yeah.
But
by the way, if there's anyone here who don't know who this brother is, he's been interviewed by Information Man several times, and he has a fantastic view on Umar Johnson in particular, dealing with the structures themselves from the standpoint of someone who's built buildings and that type of thing, construction, all knowledge, very knowledgeable about construction. And I'll recommend, and I have in the past, I recommend that if you haven't checked this brother out, he is on Information Man's YouTube page. Shout out to Information Man as well. Good brothers. Here we go.
issue of black wealth and the accumulation of independent black power, because as you always hear me say, there is no black power without the black dollar.
Facts.
I'm gonna go back to food stamps for a minute. All these black women about to be struggling with.
Here he go talking about food stamps. I played the video yesterday. Yeah. Now let's talk about vibranium. Family, we're gonna talk about vibranium now because we're gonna really get into this. I said it yesterday that what does he talk about? I'm sorry, I got up in the chat room already. Here we go.
Movement, we think it has to always look the same. It won't always look the same.
Yeah.
But getting to the issue of black wealth and the accumulation of independent black power, because as you always hear me say, there is no black.
Oh yeah. So the food stamp thing I played yesterday. Thank you so much. And well, I'm getting old. I played it yesterday. But Umar was saying I can't remember what he was selling. I think it was his books or something like that. I can't remember because I've heard him try to sell books. He said, "I'll take food stamps." He ain't got no shame.
Power without the black dollar.
Facts.
I'm gonna go back to food stamps for a minute. All these black women about to be struggling with their babies.
Yeah.
Which I'm going to say is the fault of black men, because we should have a safety net in
Absolutely.
place.
I
You follow
agree.
what I'm
I
saying?
agree. Yeah.
And I better be seeing these churches.
Here we go. I better. He's always demanding stuff, but he don't do nothing. He don't do nothing. He's always expecting black people to do stuff, but he don't do none of the stuff that he tells black people they're supposed to do. In fact, this is the shout out to James, because I've been wanting to get to this for a while. Let me pull this up right quick. Umar had posted this. Let me see here. He posted this on the 27th of last month, October 27th of 2025. Let me read this to y'all. This is just another example of how much of a hypocrite Umar is. Check this out. So he posted this on November 1st. You see the food coupon, etc. Then it says, if they freeze food stamps for our single mothers, notice how everything is always framed as if black women, you don't have no man around. And that's because Umar wanted to be the man that'd be around to get them, crush them cookies and get them food stamps. And then he go take your food stamp and he go to the store to go get some cookies. Okay? Then he be laying in your house eating cookies. I'm talking about literal cookies. Cookie crumbs all over the place, all over the couch. Let me stop. Cookies and Cinnabons. Someone said Cinnabons. yeah, it's Cinnabons. Yeah, that's who far. Anyway, it says, if they freeze food stamps for our single mothers and working poor, I better. Who are you? I better see every black church, masjid, and so-called community-based organization giving out quality food every single day. Umar, have you ever given out any quality food to black people? You done collected 2.6, 2.7. At this point, it's probably closer to $3 million. But from, like I said, from 2020 through 2024, verifiable, Umar, he raised $1.2 million. You throw in the purchase price from February 2019, that's $1.67 million. Even though in 2025, Umar is telling people that he hasn't collected $1 million yet. We're not counting 2025. We're not counting the money that he raised for St. Paul's College 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We're not counting all the money he collected going all the way back to 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. Has anyone in this chat room ever seen Umar do anything? What is the word for this? Altruistic for black people? Maybe that's too strong a word. Something, something charitable to black people. Let's just look specific. And I haven't. Listen, I'm researching. I've gone back to Umar when he was born. I went back to his bugaboo daddy too, by the way, and went all the way back to their grandpa Cicero doing research. And from all the years I've studied Umar and I've researched and I've looked at videos, I've looked at his Facebook page, I looked at the original Facebook page, I looked at his secondary Facebook page, I looked at his Instagram. I even went back and because he used to be on, I can't remember what that was called back in the day, because I was on there too long time ago as a musician. Something space. Was it MySpace? Something like that. Anyway, and all of the research, all the videos, all the interviews, I never saw Umar do any type of charity work for black people, but he's raised a lot of money. He's taken a lot of money out of black people's pockets. Talk about economics, but what is he giving back? Let's just look from 2014, February of 2014. We're talking over 6.5 years, about to be 7 years. We're getting close. In about three and a half months, it's going to be 7 years since he acquired his abandoned buildings. Has anyone in the Cookie Crush chat or any Umar Johnson followers, have any of you guys ever seen Umar do a book bag drive for the kids up over there? Have any of y'all ever seen Umar do a turkey drive for Thanksgiving? It's almost 7 years. Has anyone ever seen Umar do a Christmas toy drive for the kids up out there in Wilmington, Delaware, or any other place for that matter? Has he established a pantry for families that need food up over there in almost 7 years? He's not the one to talk. That's the point. That's the point. I know some of you Umar fathers say, well, Leonard, what do you do? That's none of your business what I do. I know one damn thing. I'm in my children's life every single day. Umar's not. I know I've donated to people who have actual schools. Black people. I know I mentor online some young brothers. I've given some money away too. I don't want to be saying too much, but the Lord's been good. My wife don't. She be checking me on that though. But anyway, the point is, the point that I'm making is Umar's the topic. And Umar, he has everything to say about what other people should be doing and disparaging other people like the black church or different black institutions, sororities, so forth and so on. But the things that he tells black people that they should be doing while he's degrading them, he's not doing any of those things except collecting all this money for a school that don't exist. He's trapped down in the Wilmington, Delaware. See, now real quick, the poll question today is, are you an Umar Johnson supporter? 3% say that they are a supporter currently. 19% say that they were a supporter, but not anymore. And 78% said that they were never a supporter. You 3% who are a supporter of Umar currently, have you ever seen Umar do any charitable, express any type of charitable concern to wherein he gave something to black people? No. I've done the research. And if you have the receipt, please show it. I'll put it in the documentary. I promise. I'm always fair with Umar. I do know that he's giving money to women that he done ran through. Yeah. He be up in them scams, and after he done and she gone, he'll send a little cash app when he had cash app. He's still a little PayPal. You know what I mean? I never understood that. You're gonna make love to a woman, you're gonna pay what? Unless, well, we're gonna leave it right there. And I have the receipts on that too, by the way. Some of y'all remember that, don't you? Hit the one. So newer people like, what is he talking? What is that? Please share. No, we ain't gonna do that right now. But hit the one. Y'all remember that? Someone says, y'all crazy. Somebody said it's a tip. I wish my wife would tip me sometimes. Yeah. Watch tonight, boy. I'll make that sweet love. Hey, baby. Yeah. What is it? Can I get a tip? That's crazy. Anyway, he'll trick off that money like that. He sure will. But he ain't putting not one dime down on these kids up there. He don't even put money on his own kids. I was looking at the child support docket, not to go off, but because I'm working on that area, because it's the first time he got put on child support. I'm working on that section. And I was going through the dockets and I said, this guy is trifling. He's so trifling. And then he get online and say, yeah, I pay my child support. But no, you don't. This guy, he's been arrested for non-payment. He's been to jail. This guy's had his driver's license revoked at least 3 times due to non-payment. 3 women put him on child support. A fourth, and was successful. A fourth one put him on child support, and I don't know what happened with that one. It'd be in a documentary. I'm not going to put their names out there. Lene know, because I sent Lene all that. She know what I'm talking about. And that's just in Philadelphia that we know about. Because Umar is shady. He's trifling. He's a chatty patty. If memory serves me correctly, and I could be wrong, he got put on child support back to back Memphis. Matter of fact, let me just go check just to be messy. Can I be messy real quick? Hold on one second. Let me just be messy for just 1 month. Just trifling. Child support docket. Okay, JPEG. All right. This is for the doc for, and I'm not going to show because I had on these ones. This is what I downloaded again today. I didn't redact anything, so I can't put this up there. But let me look on here, ladies and gentlemen. 2002, 2015, 2016, and 2017. What kind of man? And that's just what we know about. How you gonna be out there living like that, and then you got everything to say about black people and black male-female relationships and snow bunnies never and black queens forever and black men should be marrying these black women. He ain't married not one woman. And from 2015, 16, and 17, your ass gets these women trying to put you on child support. Different women. You're trifling. It's an embarrassment. I'm trying. I don't mean to go here, but I don't even understand how your daddy got online talking about, yeah, I'm proud of him. What the fuck? What do you mean you proud of him? This guy gets he out here living dirty, raw dogging with the bumpity bump on his lip. And in 3 successive years, 3 different women attempted to put him on child support. 2 of them got him on, was able to get him on. And altogether that I know about, just in Philadelphia, there's 4. 3 of them got him put on child support. By the way, one of the women, Umar in raw dog Tunde. You be up in them skin and don't give a got the bumpity bump and don't even care. That's trifling. She was in her early 20s. Umar was in his early 40s. What kind of man? This y'all's principle. This y'all's prince of Pan Africanism and prince of raw dogism. That's really what it is. It ain't no telling how many more is out there. I guarantee you there's more than 4. I guarantee you. But he got everything to say about what black people and black men in particular. He be talking so much shit about you black men. He ain't talking about me. He ain't talking about me. Yeah, it is wild. And I got the receipts. I'm looking at them right now. Lene, I already sent Lene all the receipts. She know what I'm talking about. I think I sent, who else? Black Anonymous. Yeah. It'd been a documentary. Because I just got to when he first got put on child support for the first time in 2002. He called that lady Mama Smurf. Then he got the evil vegan. Then he got the woman that was in her early 20s when he impregnated her. He's in his early 40s. And then there's another one. See, Umar he's such a slithering snake. See, Umar's a con man, and he's crafty. I don't consider him to be intelligent. I don't perceive him to. And I did. There was a time I thought that he was like intellectual, but that was like when I first heard about the guy. I mean, that had to have been around 2013 or something like that. But I realized very quickly, no, he's just a charlatan. He has the gift of gab, like someone like Jay Morrison, non-functional in the real world, or polite, non-functional in the real world, but they can run their mouth. Let me explain something to how crafty. Umar has at least 12 aliases. That's why if I pull it up right now, if I pull up his 3 degrees that he showed, different names on each one. Don't make me do it, because I was looking at that today. Someone remind me to do it if you all want me to. Remind me to do it later on. 3 different names. But what he does when these women file for child support is he gives the state different names. Umar's full name, again, his given name at birth was Jermaine Shoemake, or as Tasha K states, Jermaine Shoemake. which I actually prefer that one. Okay, Jermaine Shoemake. But his daddy, when they go and move down, I think it was North Carolina. Was it South? I think it was North Carolina. Let me pull up my timeline. His daddy renames the kids. Yeah. That was in around 1981, 82. Umar was about 8 years old. He could have been 7. He was in the 3rd grade, North Carolina. That's when he tells that alien story. That's around that time, because they were on base at that time. So Umar's name is changed from Jermaine Shoemake to Umar ibn Rashad. Umar ibn Rashad, or Umar Rashad ibn Abdullah Johnson. Y'all got that? Umar Rashad ibn Abdullah Johnson. I think that our ibn is before. I can't remember, but keep that in mind, because that's distinct. Umar is one, Rashad is another, Ibn is another, and Johnson is another. Abdullah Johnson is another. Okay. Now, when you look at Umar's child support docket, he has different names. Check this out. One is from 2002. It's Umar R. Abdullah Johnson. R being Rashad. When he gets put on child support in 2015, his name on the paperwork is Umar Abdullah. Make sure I have that right. No, Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson, just plain Umar Johnson. That's from the Department of Human Services. Okay, because the young lady at that time, she went, had a lawyer try to go through the Department of Human Services to try to get some child support, because Umar, he don't like to handle business. In 2016, Umar put down check this out. This is how crafty and how deceptive and how deviant and shady Umar is. Umar, he puts down Umar Y. Abdullah. What is the Y? And see, I had to do some extra research on this, because I gave Umar the benefit of the doubt for a long time. That Y is actually I for Ibn. Now, I have alternate ways of doing research, because I know the she's not a young lady now, but when she was back then, she was a young lady when he impregnated her. I know how to do ancillary research to connect different dots. And there are, and I don't want to say too much, but there are ways. I have a degree in cybersecurity and computer technology. There are ways where you can find information on people that will also give you information on other people that are associated with that person, if this makes sense to people. And I went through that process with this, and it's Umar. I gave him the benefit of the doubt for a long time on that. But once I saw what I saw online, that was it. You see how shady this guy is? And then the fourth woman that put him on child support and was successful, this one was successful. Three out of the four were successful. In 2017, again, 2015, 16, and 17, back to back to back. Umar's name is Umar A. Johnson, A being Abdullah. You see the different names? So the first one is Umar R. Abdullah Johnson. The second one is Umar Johnson. The third one is Umar Y. Abdullah, the Y being Ibn. Okay, I know it's Y, but it's actually I. This guy, he's shady. And then the fourth one in 2017 is Umar A. Johnson. He's shady. He's a baby mama creator. And see, it's possible that there are more in Philadelphia, but I haven't figured out the different types of names and combinations of names that he may have used. Again, Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson, or Umar Ibn, I think it's Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson. They have it inside the documentary. So any combination of that where Umar is the first name, and then you can have derivatives of everything else. He's shady. All right, let's get back to it. So I just want to go back to this. Umar stated, if they freeze food stamps for our single mothers and working poor, I better see every black church, masjid, and so-called community-based organization giving out quality good food every single day, and not just a bag of groceries here and there. Have anyone ever seen Umar give out anything, including a bag of groceries? He don't even take care of his kids. He don't even put money down on his kid on collecting millions of dollars. Fraternities and sororities, it's time to step up. Umar, you step up. If you're going to talk this talk, black celebrities and the wealthy Negro elite, again, disparaging. Okay. It's time to do for your community. Umar, what have you done outside of run your mouth and collect millions of dollars? Deadbeat. Live in your mama closet. Been homeless since 2019. What you talking about? Congressional Black Caucus and all black politicians. You know what you need to do. Umar, you should need to be talking to yourself. We will not allow, who are you and who is we? Like, you have some authority, you have some power. You ain't even got a job or a car. Talk about, we will not allow our women. What you mean you're women? You don't even take care of your baby mama. You never have. You just say you're raw dogging. We will not allow our women and children to starve. And yet Umar's child support docket is indicative of the fact that he does not pay consistently child support, which takes food out of his own children's mouths. For decades, this guy's still on child support. From 2002, he's still on child support on 2025 and got some time to go. In fact, real quick, because Umar talked about this, if you look at the docket for the most recent one, at least that we know about in 2000, this was from 2017 when Umar was put on child support. He was in child support court on January 24th of 2025, this year, 10 months ago. Interim order in effect. See, what had happened was the mama needed more money. And so Umar put this on his calendar that, you know, because they increased the child support. Umar was mad about it. And so he actually put that on his calendar. Y'all remember that? Hit the one. He said, yeah, this is when my new child support, I have to pay more now, blah, blah, talking shit about the baby mama. Understand, people, that Umar, at a certain point, and he gave up his career as a school psychologist by the time we get to 2010, 2011. That's why he started having serious financial. He was having financial problems in before that. But by the time we get to 2010, he was the process of eviction started in 2010 on his previous residence. He was able to resolve that. But then by the time we get to 9 years later, he was unable to resolve that. In 2019, he got evicted. He's been homeless ever since. But going all the way back to 2010, 2011, he gives up his career. And I have him say it. It's going to be in the documentary. He emphatically, he gives up his career as a school psychologist, which starts in 2001, and he's on and off as a school psychologist for different reasons. I'll get into the documentary. And then by the time we get to 2010, 2011, he's not working as a school psychologist anymore. I will propose that one of the reasons why Umar has not worked consistently is because he did not want to continue to have his checks garnished for child support. So this bum decides to give up his career. And that's not the only reason why, because this also correlates to Umar getting into the Black conscious space, and he starts to do speaking engagements more and more. But that's at least half of it. Or let's say, I mean, it could be a third of it. One of the aspects of this is that Umar he had an issue with his checks from working being garnished. And if you look at his docket, you'll see wage garnishments, so forth and so on. And then there's times where they're and you see a lot of generic orders. Generic orders mean they're trying to find how much money, or they're trying to find out where he's working and how much money he's receiving. He's getting paid so that the judge can make a decision on how much he's supposed to pay in child support. And because most of the time they were unable to find it because he's shady, but then he stops working, Umar only has to pay based upon what minimum wage is in Philadelphia at that time. It's a small percentage of what minimum wage would be. So that's what he would have to pay in child support. And he still complains about it to this day. You guys ever wonder why it is that on Umar Johnson's IRS filings, he says that he's not getting paid, even though he's been living off the money. He's telling the IRS that he's not getting paid. Why? Well, because as soon as he does that, now on paperwork, he's employed. He's receiving income, and therefore not only is it is subject to taxation, right? But it's also subject to wage garnishment, and he doesn't want that to happen. He don't give a shit about his kids. He don't give a shit about supporting his baby mamas or supporting the children financially or any other way either, because he's been a deadbeat. He's been absent. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you Umar Johnson followers think that somehow he cares about your kids, or that somehow he's going to open up a school where he's going to be caring about other people's kids. He don't even care about his own, to the point wherein he will purposely not work a legitimate job and then lie to the IRS and say that he's not receiving any income, even though most of the money that he's raised has gone towards his lifestyle, so that he can avoid wage garnishment for child support. That's the kind of person that's y'all's leader and y'all's principal. That's a man. I'm gonna leave it right there. I've gone on. Let me get back to this real quick. Umar said that we will not allow our women and children to starve. Stop buying hair and buy some food for a family in need. Well, Umar, why don't you stop buying all these clothes and dashikis and hair dye and Little Debbie zebra cakes and honey buns and so forth and so on, and put some of that money on your own kids? How about that? Those Asian-owned beauty stores don't care anything about us, but Umar, you don't care about nobody either. What are you talking about? If any all-Black organization in the tri-state, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania need help bagging up, handing out, or delivering food, then don't hesitate to call Prince of Pan African. Why don't you do this shit? You see this guy? He's telling everybody else what they need to do and how he's just going to tag along to help out. Can you imagine Umar bagging up groceries? Umar, why don't you do it? Because he has no organization skills. But he expects all these other organizations to do it, and he's just going to tag along, just like when he tags along on the Breonna Taylor, get up on stage, starts running his mouth like he's a keynote. He's a bugaboo like his daddy. Just a bugaboo. He attached himself down in Florida with, I can't remember the young brother's name, that had knocked the teacher out because the teacher took his little game thing away from him. Brendan Depp, he went down there cloud chasing, taking pictures, looking all sedity with the white mama. He talk a lot of shit about white people though. He expects and he just a tag along. The point is, I'm going to go back to the original thing I brought up. Then we're going back to the video. Well, I said we're going to get right on into it and go through. Umar, he tells Black people what they should be doing, Black organizations what they should be doing, but he doesn't do any of the things that he tells people that they need to do. And in all of the time that I've spent researching Umar, going back to his childhood, his birth, and he's 51 years old now. I've never seen Umar put together an event wherein he's doing some type of charity for the Black community. It's always give me, give me, give me. I need. And yet he expects Black people to do and Black organizations to do what he decides not to do. And then if you do decide to do it, he's cool to come and help bag some groceries. I'm sorry for going off. Let me do these super chats real quick, everybody. Elaine says, hey, Lenon, hit the one. You're going to do that every single live stream. Hit the one. All right. Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate it. What's up, Seth? Says Umar's response to Lenon, you see that? Umar says that a lot. He said, you see that? When he be going like this. Thanks, Seth. And then Seth also says, Umar's response to Lenon, what do you said it twice? Why you said it twice? You see that? All right. Thank you, bro. God bless you. And your family. Nimi says, just took off my shoes, putting on house shoes. Here you go. Here you go. Thank you so much. I remember when I said house shoes one time, this is years ago, because there was a guy that was doing, he wasn't professional, just, around some guys that was from around the way. Umar had up on the roof, and one of them had on some, it looked like some M1s, and the other one had on some house shoes. I called them house shoes. Everybody said, what are you talking about? How, like shoes you would wear in the house, sandals, slippers, that kind of thing. Anyway, that's funny you said. Thank you, Nimi. I appreciate it. Ayo Bud says, I mentioned Michael Jordan yesterday because Umar in the Umar Roast Love for Heckling vid. What? Umar Roast Bunny Lover for Heckling vid said MJ's Bunny Cuban is winning, but not Robert's ex-wife. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Umar, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. For him to use Robert De Niro as the example in his ex-wife, it doesn't make any sense, because what he was trying to propose is that Black men who have all this money magically, that they have these white wives, that these white wives ultimately take all their money. Okay, well, why are you using Robert De Niro's ex-wife as somehow that it correlates? He was trying to act like she didn't get nothing because she's a Black woman. No, she got something. Cut it out. Cut it out. Umar's a trip. He really is. And see, the thing is that if Michael Jordan's Cuban wife is a bunny, like how he says snow bunny or salsa bunny, well then Umar, you're a quarter of a snow salsa bunny. Let me stop. That sounds weird. But Umar has a grandfather who is white Cuban. When he came up over here, Grandpa Cicero, when he came up over here, I don't know if this is great grandfather. It's a great grandfather. When he comes up over here, he classifies himself as a white Cuban. So Umar, what are you talking about? And it makes sense because no disrespect and rest in peace to Umar's grandmama on that side. I've seen pictures. I know what time it is. And then, of course, Umar's daddy, Jamal, the bugaboo. There's a reason why he looked like that. So, Umar, what you talking about, homeboy? See? He's a total contradiction. All right, thanks, Ayo Bud. And thanks for bringing that up, too, because we got into some receipts on that. I had to go do a little research. The Smart Barbie says, that energy drink is kicking in, huh? Is that what it is? That quick? I don't know. I just took a sip of it. Let me just... I'm gonna start tweaking like Umar up on here. No. Thanks, Mark Barbie. That may be it. I don't know. I just don't think it would work that fast. I was getting a little, and especially because I was looking at the child support stuff, and I just said, man, it's just so sad. I mean, this guy has so many entries on these child support, in particular for the first baby mama and then the most recent baby mama that we know of in Philadelphia. It's horrible. He don't pay consistently. This guy's been arrested for it. He lost his driver's license over this. And then just the time that these baby mamas have to put in just to try to get money out of them, they have to go to court and all this stuff. There's all these different hearings. They're just trying to do for Umar to do what he should do as a man, as a father. So that's part of it. I was looking at it today, and it's deplorable. It really is. Thank you to Smart Barbie for super chat. Oh, how's it going? T. Jones says, I am mad at you, Leonard. You didn't tell me Umar was shooting his lives in your backyard. What are you talking about? No, he ain't shooting nothing around here. I'll tell you that right now. The thing is, Umar hasn't done a live stream. I don't even know how long. It's been quite some time now. He hasn't done a live stream, and he's in hiding. There's been so much that has happened this year. I'm interested to see when it will be that Umar will start live streaming back inside of his mama house in the closet. I don't think he's in a position to do that because, like I was saying last week, because of Lenon and everything that's going on behind the scenes, there are agencies that are looking into Umar's mother's situation more than they were before. So Umar can't do what he was doing before. He has to move differently, and so that's why he's in hiding, right? So the truth be told, there's no telling where Umar's going to live stream next. It's probably going to be from the bandos. You know, it's probably from the bandos. But he hasn't been at his mama in the mama closet in months. Right, many months. Thank you. Well, I'm gonna leave it right there. Okay. Nimi says, take off Robert. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. He ain't even trying to put one on. All right, this guy. Thanks, Nimi. How's it going, Mistress Monica? That's cool. I want a picture like that. I don't think Umar earned all degrees. Otherwise, they would be in his legal name, not in different names. You got to see the video about fake degrees. You know, it's possible that he didn't. And when I was looking at the timeline today, and based upon the things that Umar Johnson has said, the timeline doesn't even make sense. Because while he's getting he's getting 3 masters. He's also working as a school psychologist. And then at a certain point, he starts traveling to do speaking engagements. It just doesn't add up. None of it adds up. At most, Umar has 5 degrees. At most. He's only shown 3. Y'all want me to pull them up? Watch this. Here's number 1. Here's number 2. And where'd the other one go? It just disappeared. It went off of here. It's just on here. Let me go back. Here's number 2. Yeah, I think this is the 3rd one. If not, I'll have to go back and pull. Yeah, okay, I got all 3. So here's one of them right here. I'll pull it up for you guys. Check it out. This is the master's. He never showed the undergraduate one because it's a double major, and people have realized very quickly that the double major it's not 2 degrees, but Umar counts it as 2 degrees. In fact, the college that he went to, they did and still do offer double degrees where you can earn 2 degrees at the same time, but that's not the program Umar was part of. He had a double major. So this is a master's of science at the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. Umar Abdullah Johnson, you see the name, and it says 2008, November 2008. Right. Here is another degree from Lehigh University. This is another master. See what it says? Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson, Masters of Education, and then Educational Leadership. You guys see that? And then here is the other 3rd degree that he actually showed. This is the Doctor of Psychology. It's a PsyD from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson. So 3 different names. Right? And this is in 2012. Umar was claiming to be a doctor of psychology and that he had a PhD back in 2000, I think 7, if memory serves me correctly. But he didn't actually get it until 2012. He's a con man. All right, so you guys can see this 3 different names, or it's really, he has different aliases. Umar Abdullah Johnson, Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson. He does the same thing on his child support, Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson. By the way, if you look at this Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, there's 2 degrees for that. On this one, look what it says. It says 2008 and it's numerical. But on this one, from the same college, it says 2012, but it's not numerical. Just some things to think about. Just shady. He's a shady character, right? Those are the only degrees that Umar's ever shown. He hasn't shown, because technically, based upon what Umar says, he has 3 more degrees that he can actually show, but he's never done that, right? Now, I do have a graduation pictures for Umar when he gets his PsyD. I do have graduation pictures. I can pull it up and show it to you guys, right? Obviously, he had to graduate with an undergraduate and a master's degree in order to get to the point where he can get a PsyD, right? So I can say conclusively that Umar has 3 degrees, but it's all shady because of there's issues with the different names, but then also there's the issue with the date. And on one degree it's numerical, the other one it's alphabetical, and it's from the same college. But I'll give Umar the benefit of the doubt. He has at least 3 degrees, but he's never shown those other 3. Right. All right. Thank you. Who was that? That was Mixer Monica. Thank you so much for the super chat. Old Dog says, I bet he'd give a rib tip hell. Yeah, he sure will. Eat some sausage, rib tips, a dog mog, something. He sure will. He ain't gonna put no food down for nobody else, you know. But he'll eat some food. Y'all know that about Umar. He's gluttonous. That's deep too. Now I think about it. How many tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, has Umar spent on food since other people's money since 2009? It could be hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point. His greedy ass. Other people's money. They send them for donation for a school that don't exist. Thank you for the super chat. Nimi says, I really don't, it really don't matter the name. It's all turd for him. Okay, all right. What are you talking about? Nimi also says, I actually have a real food stamp as a souvenir. You want to see it? Yeah. When we were kids, we had food stamps come through. I remember that. They were in these little booklets, you know, and it's like they're coming in the mail, and it's like you can go like that. Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, so I know what that's all about. All right, thanks, Navy. Michael says, janitor by day, werewolf by night. Exactly, that's Umar. Thank you for the super chat. Lewis Luck says, how you have child support cases that span 5 U.S. presidents, 2 popes, and 10 heavyweight champions? Is it really 10? He put the dead in deadbeat. He sure did. Okay, because it starts in 2002, and he's still on child support. So that's 23 years right there. That's 23 years and counting. And that's just what we know about. I'll propose, Lewis Luck, that it's extremely likely that Umar has other babies and baby mamas out there, and not just in Philadelphia, throughout the United States, and potentially around the world. That's something for people to think about, right? Damn, 10 heavyweight champions. Has it been that many? Yeah, heavyweight division has been trash anyway. Anyway, thanks, Lewis Luck. Empowerment Junction says, so him paying child support with donation money. Well, Umar hasn't worked a job since 2011, and the only other time I've saw a picture of Umar in 2014 where he's in an office. But I have a video where Umar, there's this lady that is in his chat room, and he says something, and I couldn't find. I tried to research, I couldn't get information on her, and he says, "Thank you for giving me that job when I really needed one." I think that's the woman that gave him a job in 2014 for a couple of months. And he's sitting in the office. Y'all want me to show you the picture? Well, the point that I'm making in Empowerment Junction is that Umar hasn't worked consistently since 2010, 2011. And the only other time I've actually seen a picture that where potentially he actually worked was in 2014. Remember, by the time we get into 2010, 2011, that's hidden color space territory. And he's traveling more and more and more. He's not working anywhere. Just like in 2025, Umar says he's a school psychologist. If he's working somewhere, he ain't working nowhere. He's 2024, he ain't working nowhere. He don't even have a place. He don't even have his own address. He doesn't even have certifications to work as a school psychologist. He's not even certified, let alone licensed. He's never been licensed. But in 2025, he's still telling people that he's a school psychologist. He's been telling that lie now consistently for about 14 years. And there's people who believe that he's a school psychologist somewhere. Where and where? Go look him up. Let me go provide me with this. Anybody provide me with a receipt where Umar is a school psychologist, period. Doesn't matter. Even when he was working as a school psychologist, provide me with a receipt. You can't do it. So the point is that if by the time we get to 2011, Umar's not even working consistently, How's he paying child? Well, first of all, he's not paying child support consistently. That's why the doc is. I'll have it in the documentary. Some of you guys, I've shown them in the past. It's crazy. How are you going to have this great black leader, but you have you have 74 docket entries just on one child support case with your first baby mama? So how does he pay child support when he's forced to pay it? Again, they put him in jail one time because he wasn't paying, at least one time. Well, donations, just like everything else. Hotel, motels, traveling expenses, all the clothes he buy, food, rental cars. The women he be dealing with, send him a little money on after he done ran through. Raw dog. It's donation money. Most of the money that Umar has received, bare minimum at this, my best guess, 2.6, 2.7, it's probably close to $3 million. Most of that money, and it could be way more than that, it could be $3 million, $4 million by now, has gone towards Umar in his lifestyle. Turning the heat down. Yep. Well, child support too. Let me show you this picture real quick. By the way, here's a picture of Umar at his graduation in 2012 with his side D. Okay, Umar is all the way in the back. There's two, he's standing next to the brother, all the way in the back. All right, I'm always fair, so I'm not going to say that he didn't. Here is a picture of Umar. Hold on one second. This looks like it was an article. Psychology collaboration hits prime time. PCOM's clinical psychology students have been providing counseling services to patients at the colleges for Philadelphia healthcare centers since 2002. The counseling plays a crucial role in helping patients cope with the emotional issues. Boy, this is wild. Let me get this off. Thanks, Empowerment Junction. With the emotional issues, out of all people, Umar. Issues and physical challenges. It also provides valuable training for PCOM psychology students. This important collaboration was featured on Philadelphia's NBC affiliate WCAU TV. To view the story, visit the college website at www.pcom.edu and click on PCOM in the spotlight. Then it says spotlight. Then it says Barbara Golden, PsyD, assistant professor and director of clinical services psychology, discuss a case with Julia Ravinsky, PsyD, and Umar Johnson, PsyD. And this is from 2012. This is not when Umar actually had the PsyD, just that he was working on it at this time. Right. But let me show you from 2014. This is the only picture that I have. And I haven't verified that he actually worked, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's possible that he wasn't actually working. He just probably went to somebody's office, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Let me pull this up. Then we'll get back to, we'll finish up with these super chats. We'll get back to the main video. Here you go. And this is someone that put the text on here. I didn't put that on there, and I don't have the actual original picture. I wish I did. It says this is what a fake psychologist looks like when in his home office. Now, this could be Umar's home office. It's possible. All right. With a desk full of junk. Okay, well, that's definitely Umar's MO. Okay. But if you guys look in the back on the calendar, it says November 2014. Now, is it possible that Umar, this is at his own his residence at that time? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. However, I'm led to believe that this is it's somebody's office. It could be Umar's office, or at least when he was working for a short period of time. Again, I have this video where this lady, and he gives her name. I just haven't been able to get any information on her, and he thanked her for giving him a job when he quote unquote really needed it. I think that this was that job right here. Okay, and I'm not sure. Again, this could be his residence. It's quite possible. But I'm going to give Umar the benefit of the doubt and say that he may have. I'll say it that way. He may have worked for a short period of time in 2014, but there's no record of it. Right? Okay, but you see how I'm always fair. I've always been fair with Umar, and not always, but I tend to give him the benefit of the doubt. I tend to. There's sometimes it's just too much. I say, no, I can't give you the benefit of that on that one. All right. Thank you, Empowerment Jackson. What's up, Daxter? Daxter says Jermaine, a.k.a. Umar, gin and juice. Yeah, no gin today. Thank you so much. What's up, Randy? Says just another 10 minutes, 2 hours that I love it. Hit the one. Yeah, that's in general. That's how these shows go. I'm not gonna apologize for it anymore. All right, thank you so much for super chat. I appreciate it. Hit the one. At Matthew 516 says 516 says I watched your videos while I was in my CNA program. Oh, awesome! Now I'm working at a home health aide. Congratulations. Don't worry. When I become a RN, I'll make it $10. Well, keep going, step by step. Yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations to you. And the healthcare care field is wide open. There's plenty of other things you can get into later on as you continue to progress in your career. Congratulations. And we always celebrate success when people make accomplishments here inside the Cookie Crush chat. So we'll add you to the list. Congratulations and continued success. All right. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for the super chat as well. And 5 is fine. I'm not gonna be like Umar. All right, I'm very thankful. Seth says anywhere Umar go in Africa, he's a tether. He's a tether. Okay. All right. Thanks, Seth. Matthew says each of his personalities has a degree. Yeah, that is possible because he has different personalities. He got the King Kong Country. He's got Big Papa. He got Lil Jermaine. He got Umar Johnson. He has a Prince of Pan Africanism. I broke all that down many years ago. You're absolutely right about that. Thank you, Matthew 516. G225 says 5 degrees. It could be 5 degrees, 5 Old Spices, and 5 bottles of bleach. Ain't nothing going to change the fact that he must. Okay, you're kind of mean. All right, thanks, user 225. Cassandra said Lenon saying homeboy. Thank you for all your efforts. Thanks also to Cookie Crush Chat #undefeated. With this economy, we really need this engagement. Yeah, I totally understand that because I know it's not the same, but I remember when COVID, because COVID was bad, not just for the health part, but also for the economic part. I remember there was a lot of people selling cars during that time. A lot of people just trying to get rid of because they were trying to get money because people were out of work, people couldn't go to work, all that kind of stuff. And we got through COVID here on YouTube live streaming. And it for me, it helped. And I know there's a lot of people were y'all around back then. It was difficult. And then now with where things are at, especially like I know food prices is crazy right now. Yeah, it's almost like therapy. That's why I enjoy hanging out with you guys. And then the comedic relief is so important, in my opinion. It's so important. That's why I was saying yesterday, it's not even about Umar so much these days. It's more about the engagement, in the Cookie Crush chat. All right, so thank you so much for the kind words. And thank you for the super chat too. I appreciate it. And I hope you didn't send that twice. Okay, if you did send it twice, email me. Okay, because it's the same message. It may because this happens sometimes. It'll repost the same message. But I hope you didn't send it twice. Thank you for the super chat. The CJ says all these issues, and he wants to gatekeep what being black is. F out of here. Yeah. And it's not just what black is, because it's what black people should do. In some cases, it's what how black people should look, and particularly talking about black women and how you guys should wear your hair and all this kind of stuff. I just think that's really, really odd for a grown man. He's supposed to be heterosexual to be talking about women's hair and be all in their business like that. Don't make no sense to me. I think it's for Umar. It's about total control. He's a megalomaniac, and then he sees himself as like this demigod. He's called himself the Black Christ. He's the Black Messiah, these types of things. So in his mind, I think he perceives himself to be kind of like all powerful. I know this sounds weird. So therefore he has a legitimate right to tell people what they should be doing, how they should identify themselves, what being black is, so forth and so on. Yeah, that's Umar. I mean, it's troubling if you guys really think about it, because overwhelmingly, most people don't think like that. But Umar does, and he has for a long time. Even going back, because as I'm doing this older research and I'm looking at these old videos of Umar, even when he talks about when he was a school psychologist, you can tell like he had this sense that he was superior to everybody else. He tells a story about Renoko Rashidi and somebody else, and at one point he's talking about the son of Marcus Garvey and how he met him, and it was as if they saw him as the next coming of Marcus, or something like that. So this guy, he out there. But that feeds into what you're saying here. Umar feels as if he's all powerful and that he can dictate to black people what even being black means. Thank you, CJ. On My Mama says his degrees are probably as real as the Kinko's copied family, Kino's copied family tree. Kinko's copied family tree. He showed. Yeah, he did show that. His daddy showed it too. In fact, I have the book. Yeah, I did research and I was able to find a copy of it. It's a hard copy of the book. I don't think it's over here anymore because I think I may have put it downstairs. But let me just look real quick. Oh no, it's still up here. Here we go, right here. So this is the genealogy and history of Stephen Bailey, a slave. So this is what his daddy used to reference, but again, his daddy took a DNA test and it shows that there's no blood relationship whatsoever, but Umar's referenced this too, right? And then if you go in here, I don't remember, oh wait, maybe it's on this page. Yeah, so I remember when I first started doing Umar videos, I didn't have to have these to read. Yeah, here's Ida Miles. Some of these names you guys are going to be familiar with. James Miles, Marie Bailey Johnson, Tyrone Johnson. There should be, it won't say Umar. It's going to say Sheila. No, it's not. See, I can't remember what Jamal's. Oh, here it is right here. Yeah, Jamal's given name is Noel Miles. That sound like English to you? Cuba, España, Spanish. Yeah. Anyway, in this, I believe, yeah, in this book, it also shows, because Jamal actually shows this book, or he shows copies of it. I don't know if he has the actual book, but he shows the lineage. It's in here somewhere. But again, it's irrelevant because you don't go by what people say. You go based upon the evidence. Then we're talking about the scientific evidence, and DNA don't lie. They're not related to Frederick Douglass. There's no blood relationship whatsoever. His daddy already took the DNA test. There's even people's name that signed this. I'm not going to read their names because they may still be alive, and they got their phone numbers on here too. I should call him and say, hey, listen, you know Umar Johnson? Yeah, that scamming ass. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, here's Stephen Henry Bailey right here. You know how they say cousin Stephen? There you go. Stephen Henry Bailey. And then here's Caroline Wilson Bailey. Umar's, he brings up these names. Yeah. But the DNA shows they're not related. See, look. Listen. Yeah, I'm going on and on. I don't mean to belabor it, but I find it fascinating, right? Because I've done my own genealogy too. But I'm not going to get up here and lie and say I'm related to somebody when I'm not, just to clout chase. I'm not going to do that. Okay, thanks on my mama for a super chat. Black Wolf says, I'm late. I was helping Umar add a doorbell to the back door of FDMG. For what, though? Then he played the video when Umar said he wants a queen to help him dig up graves. He did say that, but I don't know if I have that one archived properly. I'm gonna look. I'll go check right now. So let me go into the Umar Johnson timeline. Yeah, I don't remember what video that was because he's been in a lot of and you guys know this. He used to be inside of grave sites a lot. And there's a lot of those videos out there. I don't remember which one it is. Yeah, it's not coming up under. Let me see. Because what did he say that they're going to dig up the exhume the bodies? The black women going to help him, and then they're going to take the bodies and rebury them at FDMG. up there in Wilmington, Delaware. This guy's sick. Who even thinks like that? Let me see. I'm going to type in cemetery. It may come up under that. The reason I don't think it will, because that was after 2019. And that's where I'm at right now. I've been stuck in 2019 because he was real busy in 2019. Yeah, I don't have it archived, so I wouldn't be able to pull it up. But that he said that. I remember we watched that and I was like, this guy, he's nuts. If anyone has it or knows the title of it, you can email it to me. I'll pull it up because I have the video. We've covered it in the past. Thanks, Black Wolf, for super chat. I appreciate it. For the sake of logic says, don't clown Umar. He earned his degrees in bulk. Apparently, that's what it seems like. By the way, another thing that's fascinating about his degrees is that it at least appears as if he was pursuing 2 master's degrees simultaneously at 2 different colleges while he's working as a school psychologist and traveling. Y'all know that? Masters of Science in 2008 from PCOM. He graduates from PCOM with the Master of Science in 2008 at the age of 24, but he also graduates from Lehigh University at the age of 34 in 2008 with a Master's of Education in Educational Leadership. I'm sorry, Masters of Education in Educational Leadership. Masters of Education. Yeah. Don't you find that odd? Just some more things to think about. I have it on my timeline right here. In the same year, he got 2 master's degrees from 2 different colleges. Thank you. So in that sense, yeah, he gets them in both. Thank you for the super chat. How's one? I says Umar has a degree for each multiple personalities living in his head. Someone said this earlier. Thank you, Aisha. Good to see you too. Duran, I gotta do this quick, y'all. Duran says, "Talk yo shizzle, Lenon." Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. Lewis X says, Sonetter had a guy named Ali Muhammad. I remember Ali Muhammad on his channel who had degrees with misspellings. I remember that. He was also claiming to be someone else. Umar looked fake too. Yeah, I remember Ali Muhammad, and it was a big expose back then because Ali Muhammad showed this degree and it's spelled wrong. Yeah, I think the title of the degree is spelled wrong, and people saw it. I think I may have it from a long time ago, and they went in on him. A lot of these people, you guys got to be careful. They call themselves doctors and all this stuff. You guys, you got to be careful, including Umar, because ain't no telling with this guy. Again, if he's willing to give different names and stuff for child support for 4 different women, if 3 put him on child support, the 4th one was I think it doesn't look like she was able to get him on child support. So who knows? Ain't no telling. If he's willing to do that with these women, why wouldn't you all think that he wouldn't do this for degrees or for anything else for that matter? You know, including bills. He may have different bills and different names. They don't tell him with this guy. He's a con man. He thinks like that. That's how he thinks. Thank you, Lewis. Tibbity Tabbity says, is Uncle Nancy in the book? I don't know if Uncle Nancy's in the book. The reason why is I don't know Uncle Nancy, and I could look, I could try to find it, but I don't know if Uncle Nancy was on that side, his daddy's side. Uncle Nancy could, I'm sorry, Uncle Nancy could be on Umar's mama's side. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Uncle Nancy. That's what Umar could say, Uncle Nancy. Thank you for that. Rocky Dasaki says, in the future, can you please give a warning before you show Umar without a beard? Don't be like that. It's just as gross as when he was playing in the toilet. Don't do Umar like that. Thank you, Rocky Dasaki. Shout out to the dog, the puppy over there. I would call him puppy even if they're older. Vinny says, I've been around too long. Me discussing the shutdown. I ain't been paid in a month. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. It's been rough for a lot of people with the shutdown, especially government workers. Yeah, it's been really, really tough. Hopefully things get turned around soon. And then, like I was talking about, the food prices is really out of control right now. So hopefully things get better. But we got through COVID, so I'm sure, everybody, we're going to get through this, Thank you, Vinny Chino, for being a member for 3 months. Miranda sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much, Miranda. Okay, I'm all caught up in it. Let's get back because we've been on a big excursion today. So for sure, I'm going to have to come back tomorrow. If we don't finish up with this today, for sure, we'll get done with it tomorrow. All right. Let's get back to the main video. Before I do that, let me check in on the poll. The poll question is, are you an Umar Johnson supporter? We have 1,343 votes. 4% said that they are currently a supporter. So that number's gone up. 22% said that they were a supporter of Umar, but not anymore. 74% say that they were never a supporter. And I'm surprised by that. I thought there would be more people who are a supporter, and maybe a little bit more people, a lot more people who are still supporters of Umar, but then more people who are who were supporters back in the day but are no longer supporters. But 74% never supporters of Umar. I'm surprised by that. Okay. All right, and then Andrea, how's it going? Andrea says the internet is undefeated. Tell Umar to stop lying. You know, that's the thing with Umar. He lies all the time. He's a pathological liar. There's a section in the documentary where I give definitions of pathological liars, because there's a difference between, there's different types of liars. Umar, he's pathological. And that's when they try to spin narratives, you know, it's to deceive people, to make people think one way, you know, about them. Like as an example, Umar used to say that he was a doctor back in 2007. He didn't get his PsyD until 2012. Okay, that's pathological lying, because he's trying to paint a narrative. When he says he's a school psychologist in 2025, that's pathological lying. There's a reason why he's lying. There's people who lie just for no good reason. Sometimes Umar does that too. Okay, so maybe he is that, or at least kind of that, but most of the time when Umar lies, he's trying to paint a narrative, and he's very crafty in that way. Yeah. So telling him to stop lying, I don't think it's going to happen, because it's just part of how he thinks. He goes right into lying so easily. When he flipped the phone the first time, yeah, we're in the process of moving, family. No, you're not in the process of moving. You're living in filth. You're a hoarder. But why not just say that? It's okay, right? Yeah, there's habitual liars. I think there's 4 different, if memory serves me correct, there's 4 different types. And Umar, he's definitely a pathological, but sometimes out of habit, he'll just be lying. I said, boy. Okay, thank you, Andrea, for the super chat. Andrea's been around for a long time too. Another one of the OGs. I appreciate you. Okay, let's get back to the main video, everyone. Shall we? Here we go.
Church right now. Large black church in medium size, at least. Storefronts, they might not have a resource.
Yeah.
But if you are a black church that is considered medium, large, or mega church, you better be giving out groceries every day of this food stamp shutdown. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because black women are the ones who go to your church. Black women are the ones who pay tithes. Black women are the ones who help you raise that money to buy that expensive prayer house that we did not need. And why in the hell are we buying prayer houses when we ain't got banks? Why are we buying prayer houses when we ain't got hospitals? Why are we buying prayer houses when we ain't got supermarkets? Prayer houses, and we got the highest black homeless rate since Dr. King walked the earth. So I'm telling black churches right now, if they cut off them food stamps November 1st, I better be seeing a food line out your church every damn day. Black celebrities.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
It is black people who made you who you are. You better be giving out some food. And I'm not talking about no one-time turkey. You better have something going on the regular. You see that?
Yeah, yeah.
But here's my question to black women, to my queens. How about y'all go to the Korean hair care stores? Who you made billionaires. We spend $30 billion on beauty, hair, weave, and the doing of the hair, right? The styling itself. So you mean to tell me we stressing over food because of a food stamp shutdown when the same women, our single mothers who we love, stressing over this food shortage when you've been giving the Koreans billions of dollars a year so you can look like a white woman? Take your ass to them Korean stores, I'm serious, and ask them, what are you going to do for the black community during this food shortage? Because if you do not start giving out some bags of groceries, we will never buy another thing from you, and we will destroy the entire multi-billion-dollar Korean.
Umar, you ain't going to do shit. And when did you give out some groceries, homeboy? You'll eat them, though. Don't make me pull up video after video of you eating and shit, because you be eating. Let me stop. I'm sorry. All right, we have our guest online. And brother, I don't know if you want to be on camera. If you're okay with that, you can always take yourself off. It's totally up to you. If you don't want to use your name, you can do that too. It's totally up to you. I know inside of the text messages that you sent me, I redacted any personal identifiable information, just a cybersecurity issue. But it's totally up to you if you're cool with being online in video format. If you want to take yourself off, you can do that too. All right. Okay, let's get the brother on, and he'll tell the story. This is again another example of people who have attempted to help Umar, but when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, Umar's not looking for that type of help. He's looking for money. All right, so let's bring the brother on. How's it going, brother?
Lenore, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for coming on to the show, and also thanks for sending those text messages. I do have them. I'll pull them up in a minute. You sent them to Sister Lene, and thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
No, absolutely, man. I'm just I'm an owner operator truck driver. So anybody in the chat who drive trucks are familiar with transportation, logistics, so forth, so on, can kind of relate to what I'm saying. So first of all, going back to how I got my hands on those desks, one of the places where I picked up a lot of containers from, those desks came from overseas somewhere where I'm not 100% sure. They came on a 40-foot container, shipping container. So they sat almost over the summer. And so they were just going to either put them in unclaimed property, auction them off. But I'm like, hey, I could grab them. No problem. But by this point, I kind of given up on Umar. But I'm like, all right, let me reach out to this brother and see, you know what I mean? See where this could go, you know? All right, cool. So I'm doing my math in my head. I'm like, all right, looking at the building, it's small in there. I know I couldn't get no 53-foot truck in there, so he would have had to. Some arrangements would have been made or could have been made to get, you know, the stuff, at least half of it offloaded off the 53-footer onto a smaller truck, delivered that there to the school or the building, shall I say? And you know, man. And then, you know, a couple trips, fine, no problem. I would have paid to have it loaded onto my own trailer. So that's that. So I doing some calculations in my head. So I wouldn't, if it was my broker giving me that load, I wouldn't do that load for no less than about $4,000 coming from Houston, Texas, going all the way up there. And I know that I probably wouldn't get no freight, another load coming out of there without having to go down to Philadelphia, over to Harrisburg, PA, what have you. So I would have been taking a loss because I'm going to run about anywhere from 1,500 to 1,900 in diesel one way. So that I was going to eat the majority of that. Okay, fine. So that's why that's where that figure came from. I'm like, hey, brother, if you could at least, you know, cover half of the fuel, because I'm missing out on damn near 3.5, 4 days of other work I could be doing. But I'm like, okay, it could potentially go to a good call. No. So I hit him up a couple of days later because I'm like, hey, somebody want to take these or they're going to go to auction. Fine, no problem. He said, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, you know, let's make something happen. No response. So he was on a live. And I'm like, hey, brother, you never responded to me about these desks. Click up. Ain't heard from him since. So that's why I emailed him and I texted him back, say, hey, bro, unblock me. I ain't do you nothing bad. I'm trying to, you know what I mean? You know, I'm taking the L, but it could go to a good call. And I'm like, no, this ain't where it's happening. Cause the first time he really lost me was when he was live streaming outside the building, and them utility worker was outside. And he talking about, oh, we working family. You remember that? Yeah, we working family, talking about they getting the street ready for him and thing. I'm like, okay, there's some Caucasians out there. Work them like they're working on sewer or something. They ain't paid. Come on, dog. So that's when he really lost me. Right. So to throw one more, I ain't gonna I took a shot at it. So that bookstore he always at in Jersey or Philadelphia, that you know, that pro-black bookstore.
Black and Wade, yeah, Nobles or something like Black and something like that. Wade,
I don't know. I followed them because I followed him at the time, and so he was speaking there, right? And so I put in the comments, all caps, say, "Hey, somebody see if Umar still want these desks." Well, shit, they blocked me too.
Damn.
I'm like, all right, hey, it is what it is, bro. So Sister Marianne know about it. I had put it in one of her lives. Like I'm one of the guys who tried to help Umar almost for free, you know. But shit, he ain't never, you know what I mean? He ain't about that life. You know, so she was like, well, okay, would you be willing to come on board? I'm like, okay, no problem. But I've been following Lenon for a minute. So, you know what I mean? I'm gonna go and go, you know, it's just in that order, shall I say.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. So when did you first hear about Umar? You remember?
Oh man, 2000. This I had my motorcycle accident because I was sitting on my ass for a while. 2014.
2014. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's when it was at 14 or 13 when he was talking about learning the boys how to float float ships and things.
Yeah,
Was
that was around
about that
2014.
time?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I mean, that's grand, my boy. That's some grand shit right there. But I'm like, okay, you got to start somewhere. Get your building squared up first. But I'm like, that's, you know, okay, cool. So, but I did donate. I told him on there, you know what I mean? You got me for 200. It's cool. It's cool. You know. But this was me and my ex-wife, you know. But you got us for 200, you know what I mean? But I'm like, you know, no receipt, no, you know, again, no accountability. You know what I'm saying?
Did he as a donor, did he ever update you on how much money he had raised?
Man, no. Come on, man. I mean, trying to asking him about a receipt or some money. He blocked my old number then. I didn't know it. I'm assuming I'll put it like this. I'm assuming he blocked my number. But this time I knew he did because I even tried to call that number. Not as like I said, it's not a service. I can't quite remember exactly what the automated thing said. But sure enough, you know, no, I never got no update, no follow-ups, no nothing. You know, I think if I dig through my Google photos, I think I can still pull up the screenshot, or somehow in CashApp you can go through there and no, it's PayPal.
Yeah.
PayPal. I know somewhere down in there I can go look and probably find that donation, or I ain't say donation, I gave that nigga money. But I can probably find that receipt number or the transaction number or what have you. So, but that's you know, I done gave up on dude. I'm saying anybody with, you know, common sense, but I ain't trying to insult nobody. You know. So I mean, I'm not 100. I'm spiritual. I'm not 100% religious, but I'm spiritual. You know, he gonna get what's coming to him. Like him and his multiple personalities and things. That's why I think you always talking about some we and some us. You and your personality, though, these deities and things that you serving. You know what I mean? Because Mary Ann break that down, but I'm like, maybe that is why he talking about some we and we getting it together, family, and you know they gonna do this to us. And they froze our account. This and third. Who you and them devils, them demons?
Yeah.
You know. So I was like, man, yeah, dog. I done gave up on him, man. So you know, it is what it is, man. He gonna get what coming to him. You know what I mean? If it ain't the good Lord, they're gonna be them alphabet boy gonna come through. And that's what you don't want.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. If you don't mind, if we can go through the receipts you sent, just so that
knock yourself out.
Okay, so here's the first one right here. And I redacted. I took out Umar's phone number, even though he tells everybody the phone number. I took out your name. I took out your the state that you're in, and something else. I can't remember. Yeah, and so this is from September 6th, 2024. You texted Umar and you said, "Good evening from," and you gave your state, my brother. And then you said, "I'm such and such," gave your name, a small business owner, and I have come across a school closing in, he gave a state, and they're willing to donate desks and various items to another charitable organization. I have 2 semi trucks that I operate, and I'm willing to pack and transport those items to your building. The only thing I ask is that you provide the labor to unload the freight and half of the fuel to cover the 1,520 mile trip. Yes, my wife and I have donated in 2022. So it was going to be a one. Okay, yeah. You know what? I read this wrong initially because I thought it was that what you were asking him was to pay $1,520, but that's not the case.
No, that's the miles. Yeah, that's the miles in between.
And that's one way.
Yeah, that's one way.
Oh, okay, damn. Okay, and then you did say that you donated in 2022, and then Umar responded that same day, September 6, 2024. He says, "Yes, sir. Good Garvey Day. I'm very interested. Do you have a list of items? Although a picture would be better. And you sent them a picture of the desk. They're pallet. You have them you have them palletized, but you also took pictures.
Yeah, they were, but we just down stacked one of them to see what condition they was in.
Yeah, and then here's a picture right here. So you have them palletized, ready for shipment, and then here's some of the desks right here too, just set out for Umar. So you told him, you gave him that information, and then Umar, you showed that picture right there, those two pictures, and then it says at 9 desks per pallet, 25 pallets on the trailer, 225 student desk. And then Umar replied, need those all on the same day.
Yeah.
So you had 225 student desks that you were willing to transport to Umar. And then Umar says, and then you text back, you said, can you accept the predetermined conditions for delivery? I'll have 24 hours of availability upon arrival to unload the freight. I'll be booking a return load home after the delivery. You're really going out your way. If there was a surplus of freight in the area, I deliver for free for the cause, but I'd probably have to deadhead down. What does that mean?
That truckers know what I'm talking about. So if I were to leave Wilmington, meaning that wherever I go to pick up my next load at, it's deadheads, dead miles. I'm not getting paid to go to my next location.
Okay, I got you.
So it's empty miles that I'm not getting paid for. So then mind you that, and then diesel up there in that area, $4.55 a gallon, versus over here in Ohio now. I live in Ohio now. Diesel over here, $3.59, $3.79 a gallon. So hell, I could fill up on $700, but over there, I'll be looking at upward of $800-900 to fill up, and then go find some freight. So I could be sitting for a day or so, still losing money. But I know that coming out, Philadelphia got a lot of air freight, but believe it or not, trucking, big trucks, man, we'll run up $100 in tolls, one way running through Philadelphia, Jersey area. Easy.
Yeah. So you said you probably have to deadhead down to Washington or over to Harrisburg for your next load. And then Umar asks, it's all on the same day, September 6, 2024. Umar asks, will cost. So he's asking cost. And then you said my typical rate is $2.50 per mile plus fuel surcharge. I won't charge a freight rate, just half of the fuel, which would equate to approximately $1,738 in diesel. So half of that is all I'd ask for. Plus you provide the labor to unload. Can you explain all that?
Yeah. So him providing the labor to unload, like, hey, give some of these people, so to speak, in the neighborhood $50-60, man, to transload this off of my trailer onto a box truck or U-Haul or what have you. So that's the labor part. The fuel part, that's about what I would spend getting there. And I'm just like, hey, just half of that would, that'll suffice. I'll be fine with it. If you're going to accept them, that'll give you something to go live about, something to get your people, a little influx of bread. All right, big dog. And so, I mean, shit, Umar gets something, man. He'll be happy to go live with, something showing a little progress up now, but I mean, shit, that's all I was asking for was like, hey, man, I'm not asking you to pay the whole freight rate, what I would charge to bring that load up there. I just needed put a little something on my diesel, fill up one of my tanks at least,
He should have broke you off anyway, though. You know what I mean? He should have broke you off.
So. I mean, I wasn't asking for nothing exorbitant, nothing like that.
Yeah, so the total for that you were saying for the fuel would have been $869, around $869.
That's half. That's about half. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure there probably would have been more than that. Okay. But all I'm asking is half for the freight. Meet me halfway.
Okay. Okay, so $869, and then how many? Just because I want to do the math here, it was 225 desks, right?
Yeah, the student desk,
Yeah, if we take 225 and divide it by 869, that comes out to, well, no, that's not how we should. No, is that right? Yeah, I'm trying to see how much he would have had to pay per desk. Just looking at it that way. 225. 869. Oh, wait, I'm doing it backwards. I'm sorry.
It'll probably come out to like $3 or $4 or something. That's I'm just ballparking it.
Yeah. So $3.86 per desk. Boy, that's a great deal. And the desks look like they're in good condition too.
Yeah, I mean, the ones I'm not gonna say all. We ain't unpack all of them pallet. You know what I mean? We ain't go through each and every one. You know, but I'm like, hey, just per se, out of 220 desks, 200 of them was good. And you had to, maybe fix a couple of them, or hell, just toss a few of them. Whatever. But I thought that, it would behoove me to do that, at least reach out to them. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I still got some faith in you. You know what I mean? Barely, but foolish me.
Yeah, so it came out to about $3.86 per desk. Someone said in the chat room that those desks, brand new, go for about $300. Man, Umar, he a trip. Yeah,
really,
he a trip. Yeah. Well, that's what they're saying. I would have to go and do some more research to see, but that's crazy.
Yeah, so, I ain't sat in one of them things in 30 years.
I know that's right. I know that's right. Yeah. So you gave him a good deal, and so after he asked for the cost, you gave him the cost, and then Umar responds on the same day, so September 6th of 2024. We can do it, King. I will need a W-9 as we can't pay without it, as we are a tax exempt non. Oh wait, you also said I'll provide a rate con, a BOL, and I'm familiar with that because I was in
logistics
for about 5 years.
Okay, 10-fold.
5 years. Yeah. Manifest. Yeah, I know all this. My DOT number, that's dealing with your rig, and upon agreement and shipping arrangements. And then Umar says, we can do it, King. I will need a W-9 as we can't pay without it, as we are a tax exempt nonprofit. And then you responded, absolutely. And then on October 4th, so about a month later, you texted Umar and said, good afternoon, my brother. I'll have that shipment ready to head your way by Monday if you're still interested. And then it looks like that's when Umar blocked you.
Yeah, because I had hollered at him on the live. I'm like, hey, and I put it in all caps. And he was sitting out there, you know what I mean, in front of that building by the rock and thing. And I'm like, hey, this BA from Texas, do you still want these desks? And you can tell when he, trying to read the chats and all that good stuff in the live. And shit went blank, and I couldn't find it no more. So, and then after that, Source of Knowledge Bookstore, that's where he always
that's
at.
what it is. Yeah.
That's Source of Knowledge Bookstore. And I put shit in all caps on that. Excuse me. I put it in there on one of their things when they had him, they was, I guess promoting him speaking, or they had some clips of him speaking over there. And I'm like, hey, see if Umar want these desks. Good. So I couldn't find them no more.
That's a damn shame, boy. And then it looks, so after he blocks you around October 4th of 2024, you sent them another text on December 24th of 2024, and it says, you said, unblock me, bro.
Yeah, man, I think I was drunk. I don't know, man. I might have been off that bourbon or something, man, trying to find this nigga and talk a little noise. I ain't even gonna lie. I think if it say December 24th, I was faded. Yeah. You know what I mean? Trying to start. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm trying to see who's probably talking some noise or something that somebody else probably posted that was going over, because I just started following the information, man. And what's that little old lady? That little old lady with the short hair, the club. Lady Luck Club.
Yeah, Lady Luck Club.
Yeah. I just started following her not too long ago. But I'm like, man, I can only do 1 3-4 hour live stream at a time. So I'm like, well, hell with it, man. I could throw Lenon on. I got the YouTube Premium, so I could throw Lenon on and just listen while I'm rolling.
So tell me this, based upon your experience with Umar, which you want to really go out your way to deliver these desks, you're going to give them to him for free. He would just have to come out $869. What does all this what did all this mean to you, and what does it mean for you to have someone like Umar, who's telling people, and he's been doing this for years now, that people aren't trying to help him. And yet when someone like you have come forward to help him and really go out your way, he basically blocks you. What does that tell you about Umar?
Man, it's that boy that's stuck in a vicious cycle, man. That brother battling this demon. And again, I just fail to believe, I won't believe that any black person or any black contractor, you ain't gonna sit there and tell me that every brother you done business with and played you, done hustled you.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Come, everyone. But then you talk all this fish about them Caucasians, and oh yeah, but you don't want that Caucasian money, but you damn sure give them your money and take their work. Come on now. You ain't gonna tell me, and Nick, every brother you done came across then did you dirty. I don't believe that. I just for some odd reason, I mean, call me crazy. I don't believe that yet. Yeah, man. So no, I mean, I still try to help people. Like the brother who came on yesterday, I'm like, all right, man, this, that inspired me to, I mean, like, okay, let me just share this little old piece of, this little interaction with Umar, because the brother from yesterday, a truck driver, I've been doing this 18 years, but I believe what that brother was saying, man. I mean, when you I done been to places, man, when you delivering that kind of stuff, you gonna see some activity. You're gonna have to have some kind of small labor force, even, if you move in that kind of material, renovation material, even if you're doing commercial, residential, upgrades, new builds, remodeling, all that. I know damn well I ain't the only person that tried to reach out to this client and give him a hand, if not all the way for free, for just a little, okay, hey, just this here little something for you going out of your way to help me with my mission or my vision or what have you. Like, okay, that's the case. Since you always talking about some we and some us, I should have asked, let me holler at your secretary about getting his paperwork together, since you got a team and shit.
He would have blocked you sooner then, though.
Bruh, like, yeah, can I, who is your agent, my boy? You know what I'm saying? Let me holler at your agent about this paperwork, or we can, because you're gonna need a little box truck or something, to get this shit up off of this trailer and get it to the clubhouse, the FDMG clubhouse. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. When he talking about some ladies, you can't come to my clubhouse if your hair ain't natural. That's what I hear, a little pissed off little kid. You can't come to my clubhouse if you ain't give me no apples or no zebra cakes, Nick. Come on. Come on, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Yeah, okay, I come with zebra cakes. This is my donation.
Yeah.
And this economy shit cost me $7. For them
That's right.
So yeah, man, I just felt like, and I follow Sister Lene on Instagram, and then she just got me hip to some cat Black something TV, and they clowning his ass bad, and I don't feel bad for the dude no more, man. I mean, actually, for a minute I really was feeling bad for dude. I'm like, man, he just can't get this shit together for nothing. But now, for the past couple years, come on, dog. Come on, bro. I don't feel bad for you no more. You digging yourself in this hole.
Yeah.
And
then doing good people dirty that's really trying to help you. Like really going out their way to try to help you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you how many times, man, we'd have had just random stuff come either off containers, off ships, and people just forget about it or don't care about it, or they can't afford the shipping costs. It'll sit in that cross dock for a little while and shit. Either they'll auction it off, they'll ask us first because we leasing on to them if we want it or can do something with it, can sell it, So, I mean, I done had a 20-foot container come through there, man. Had 3, 6, 9, 12 lazy boys on it. I put them shits on Facebook Marketplace so quick, man, $300 a piece. So yeah, man. I mean, all random stuff, but I'm like, okay, this here, man, it couldn't have been at a more perfect time, but it wasn't destined for him.
Yeah.
You know, as long as he keep, you know what I mean, playing with these demons and his EFI shit, you know what I mean, talking about some we, us and all that shit, ain't nothing good gonna come to the boy. And I want to feel bad for him, but I can't. He won't let me feel bad for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know. So I mean, I rock with the Cook Crush chat and Nay and Sister Mary Ann. She just reminded me of my grandmother, but you know what I mean. I really like.
Yeah,
I can listen to Mary Ann talk all day long.
Yep. Good people. Good people.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, brother.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Happy y'all calling my name right now, but I did want to just, you know what I mean, reach out and share that, and since I had the opportunity to, and I'm become a member, and I'm gonna give 2 memberships, and just the main thing is 9 times out of 10, if I'm listening to your show, I got my screen off and just my phone on the cradle because I can't, you know, interact or read nothing while I'm driving. So,
all right.
But yeah,
well,
but that man.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Yeah, thank you for in the first place sending that the text messages to Lenon, and then you took it a step further and to come on to the show. It's just another example to show there's real talk. Umar ain't shit, and he ain't been. I don't think he's ever going to change. And if he's willing to do a brother who was really going out his way to help him out, dirty like that, I'm sure he's done this to a whole bunch of other people too. And
the sad part is, I want the brother to be great in some way, shape, form, and fashion. Man, I got 2 daughters. You know what I mean? Love them to pieces. My oldest daughter going to University of Cincinnati next year, man, engineering and the robotics major. You know,
right.
and yeah. But I want the brother to be great, man. But you can't help the fool. You know, you can't help nobody. Ain't gonna help themselves, man.
Yep.
So, but y'all have a good night, man. I'm gonna keep on listening while I get my bourbon and all that there, man. So I'll see you around, brother.
Okay, brother. Drive safe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, peace, man. There you have another example right there. And again, this brother had, I just want to see how many desks it was again. And see, because I remember Umar was talking about 225 desks and what it would have come out to, just Umar putting down like $869 and that's just half of the brother, you know, Umar do the right thing. It would have come out to about $3.86 per desk, 225 desks. And Umar, when it comes down to the time where it's, you know, time to actually make it happen, Umar blocks the brother. See, and again, this ties to the poll question today, because there are people who used to be Umar Johnson followers, but it's shit like this and a whole bunch of other stuff. They say, no, I can't rock with him anymore. I can't rock with him anymore. And I did in the first documentary, I gave the example of the brother that was going to come from another state, and it was far away too. It was in the Midwest. It was going to go all the way to Wilmington and bring a crew, and they were going to use their vacation time to do work for free, get the HVAC together. I think they said the plumbing too. And Umar agreed. And then when it came time to make it happen, Umar ghosted the guy. That was in the first documentary. Well, guess what? The second documentary going to have this in here right here. Just another example. Well, Umar, I'm telling you, this also shows, and I've been saying it, a lot of people have been saying it, Information Man said it. There's plenty of people who've said this over and over again. Umar never intended on opening up a school. He never did. And this is another example. You know, I saw real quick, I saw someone say, yeah, but he hasn't done the flooring yet. Listen, as much shit as Umar has stored on the other side of the street, including some old broke down ass desk up over there, that's not no excuse. This brother's going to do this for free for Umar. Use his time, and he's going to come out of pocket, because even if you drive some with the diesel prices, that's coming out of his diesel fuel price. That's coming out of his pocket. Him driving out there, he's not like he's getting paid for it. So that's time that opportunity calls. He could be doing another load and getting paid, and then driving back, doing another load to get paid. But what does Umar do? What Umar always does. Now, if this brother said, listen, I'm going to break you off $4,000, you think Umar would have taken it? And again, the brother donated to Umar. But if he had said, listen, instead of these desks, I'm going to give you $4 or $5,000 so you can get a couple of desks. You think Umar would have taken that money? Absolutely. But when it comes time to show and prove, Umar does what Umar does. So we can't even, there's no excuse for that. We can't say, yeah, but because they don't have no flooring, they don't want to put the desk. But that's not beside the point. On the other side of school, other side of the street, Umar ain't done shit up over there. It looked like a tornado done ran through there. Inside the large gym, it's all kind of shit up in there. They could have put more. They could have put the desk up in there. See? No excuse for that. All right, I apologize. I'm getting pissed off because just to see Umar do good people like this, and he's done it over and over and over again. Can't nobody tell me that black people don't help black people. Can't nobody tell me that. Umar will tell you that shit. This brother's going way out of his way. Gave Umar the benefit of the doubt. You see how you try to contact Umar at the end of the year again? Give Umar the benefit of the doubt. One last thing before we move on. I remember last year, Umar was talking about how he had gotten a hold of all these desks. I wonder if he's talking about this situation right here and he didn't get a hold of those desks. Y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? Hit the one. All right. Thanks again to the brother for calling in and for sending the text messages, and thanks to Sister Lene for linking all this up. I appreciate it. I don't think Lene realized how big she has been, just huge this year with dealing with this Umar shit. She done linked up so many people and informed so many people, and there's more people, and there's people that she's talked to and she's told me, but she don't tell me all the information because it's confidential, that they're just not ready to come forward yet. It's huge. Okay, so shout out to Lene, and shout out to the brother again for sending a text message and then coming on to the show. I really do appreciate it. And like I said before, Umar, you ain't shit. Real talk, you ain't shit. All right, thank you guys. Let's get back to the main video. Okay, let me check in on this poll. There's some super chats. I'm gonna get to those too. We have 1,637 votes. Are you an Umar Johnson supporter? 4% said that they are currently a supporter. 22% that they say that they were a supporter but not anymore, and 74% say that they were never a supporter of Umar Johnson. Okay, yeah. Lene is the 2025. She's the 2025 MVP. Yeah. Okay, and then likes, we're doing great on likes. We got 590. Let's see if we can get to, we should be able to get to 800, I would think. Let's try to get to 800 before, no, let's try to get to 700 before we get up out of here. Okay, let me do these super chats real quick, and I got to do them quickly because we got to get going on this video. We didn't really get all into the video today, but that's okay. Louis talked, yeah, I brought this up earlier with the Ali Muhammad thing. I wish I had the picture because I could show it to you guys, but everyone was talking about it. It was all online. The fake degree. Uncle Nancy, I got that one earlier. Let's see, I got this one too. Thank you, thank you, Andrea. Yeah, I got that one too. Okay, I think I'm all cut up. Actually, let me see. Why we buying beard dye and we ain't got no scoop? Why? Well, I guess we can say the same reason why Umar be buying zebra cakes. Okay, and we still ain't got no scoop, right? That's Umar. But then he tell black people what you should be doing with your money all the time, and how you black women shouldn't have your hair color this and our hair color that. Thank you so much, old dog. And then drifting force. Okay, says chairs sell for $85 wholesale, $200 minimum retail, so about $200. Someone that said $300 wholesale, $85, $200 for retail. So if we let's just go with the $200 figure. Let's just do that. I can't even remember how many desks it was. What was it, 250 desks? So if we go with the 200 figure times 250, we're talking $50,000. Is that right? My goodness gracious. As for minimum retail, 250 desks. Then Umar didn't want to pay $869 to help the brother in terms of the cost that's going to come out of his pocket. That's only half for the diesel. It's crazy. So yeah, someone said 225. Okay, let's be fair. 225 times 200 for retail, $45,000. Okay, and let's just go here. Let's say wholesale $85 a piece, 225. We're talking $19,125. But Umar's unwilling to help the brother who's going way out of his way. He's going to take a loss anyway. Either way, $869. I don't know what else to say on that. I really don't. Yeah. Thanks, Drifting, for that information. Thanks for the super chat too. Okay, let's get back to the main video, everybody. I appreciate y'all's patience and shout out to the Cook Crush chat. Here we go.
My brother, we got to look at black financial dysfunction as a symptom of post-traumatic slavery disease. Because why do we have black mothers right now?
Where does he get the post-traumatic slavery disease, Cookie Crush chat? Where does he get that from? He's a plagiarist. You guys, when you have some time, go and look up Dr. Joy DeGruy. Dr. Joy DeGruy. Hope I'm saying her name right. She wrote a book called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, and Umar plagiarized that. He's still plagiarizing it here in 2025, but then he would say post-traumatic slave relationships because of the relationship situation amongst black people. He just throw anything in there. He plagiarized Dr. Joy DeGruy. You guys go and look it up when you have some time. Here, I'll even put inside the chat room, Dr. Joy DeGruy. And the book is Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. He's a plagiarist. When Umar comes up with some shit, it's batshit crazy shit every single time. But if it kind of makes some sense, it's somebody else's. Umar, he's a mess. Diggy says, I was going to follow Umar until I saw how he went as Sukihana. No man with his supposed vision would act like that if he believed in his message. Absolutely, he's a hypocrite. See, Umar is more preoccupied with sex than he is with educating children. Hit the one. That's why he's always talking about sex. And the Sukihana thing was interesting because he sneak kisses her. You guys remember that? This is one of Umar. It's a grooming method, but it's invasive. You're invading someone else's, the woman's space. Whatever you may feel about Sukihana is besides the point. She's a woman. Let me see here. Suki. Yeah, here it go right here. See him all up on her on the back. This is what he does, though. And then to see the sneak kiss, he does it real quick. And then he looks back because he wants to see how the woman responds because he's gauging whether or not she's receptive to getting busy, to getting the cookies crushed. See this? See that? He did, and this is just one example. Recently, I gave an example where he did this to this young lady who's in college. She's undergraduate. Here's another example right here from this year. I got a lot of these examples. See how he gets up on them? Look at him, and he's waiting. There you go. Yeah, I was looking for the other one. I'll try to find it before we get up out of here because I played it. It's very disturbing. It's invasive. You don't go up to a woman that you don't really know and do something like that. You shouldn't do it anyway. You guys understand what I'm saying? But he does that to the older women. And I probably have about 4 examples of that, of him doing it to older, maybe 5 examples of him doing it to older women. But then I have an example from recently, like maybe a couple of weeks ago, where he did it to this young lady. And I said, man, this guy, he's a predator. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Because I was, I think this is it right here. Let me see. This might not be it, but let me see. I think this is it.
Your cookie jar.
So he's talking about cookie jar. That's a euphemism for vagina. He's out of college, but this is grooming these young ladies here. But let me scroll forward. Here we go right here. This is a young lady. Boy, I tell you, he's a perverted punk. That's what he is. Look.
Forever snow bunnies.
See that? It's invasive. It's predatory. He's trying to gauge, to see how she responds. And based upon how she responds, he'll recognize he's a predator, whether or not she's receptive to getting down and dirty with him. It also there's an effect that it has on people who are watching, because it's showing that Umar, he's going to do this to a young lady, which is really it's it's a grooming exercise, but there may be other young ladies who see that, and because they see him kissing on her, they may fall into becoming prey for this predator as well. Well, check this out. Watch how he looks over.
No bunnies.
See that? This is a young lady. Well, Umar, you would get your ass whooped. Real talk. Where I come from, you get your ass beat, homeboy. Real talk. I ain't playing. You 51 fucking years old. That girl, that young lady, probably she looked like she might be 19. She could be younger than that. Get your ass beat real quick, homeboy. That's y'all's principle. And they're deep too. He ain't even active in his own daughter's life, but he up here at these colleges preying on these young ladies. And I was gonna say girls. That's they babies to me. 51 years old. What kind of man? I got other examples too. There was one in Los Angeles. I said, this guy, he's sick. It wasn't a young lady, but I said, that's when I realized, I said, this guy, he's sick, literally. Let me see if it come up right quick. It may not. Yeah, this is it right here. I think this is it. Let me just pull it up. I'm gonna have to skip through. Watch this. This is from March 16th of 2025. Listen, this is a young lady right here, y'all. Look, she young. She could be 18. The first time I went to college, I was 17, but she could be 18 years old. And look at this weirdo, this old geezer weirdo back here. He's sick. Boy, I'm telling you, boy, he would get his boy. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let's go to this one real quick.
This is my company, African house.
I'll have to skip through the final part. Yeah, let me mute it. He went through here, didn't buy not a doggone thing, talking about, yeah, we got to support black business. He didn't buy not a doggone thing. He was getting everything for free. No, he did buy, I think he bought this little book thing or something like that. Notice the shoes too. I don't know if they're Nikes, but they look like them. But he tells black people, you can't be wearing Nikes and all this kind of stuff. Look at this goofy. He in LA. I'm from Southern California. Get his ass up out of here. See, there you go right here. But that's not a big one. I'm not even, watch this.
Get to put money in our pockets today. Long-term goal.
let me just, I'll go and let it play. See that? That's called sneak kissing. But there's another one that I was really, maybe it's right here. Hold on one second. No, it's not this one. He better not sneak kiss the brother. So Umar over here sneak kiss. This is it right here. You see how he get up on him? See this? See this? Look at him. See, he sets this shit up every single time. He sets it up. Watch this. See that? This guy, he is sick. Nasty ass. Old ass. See, he looks back at her to see how she responds. You see how he looks back? All up on her too, boy. Look, he all up on her. Man, don't do that. Grinding all up on her on her backside and shit. Don't do that. She could be somebody's mama. She could be somebody's wife. You think Umar care? But it's invasive. Women, for any man just, get up all up on you. I don't care who it is. Then he gonna kiss you, sneak kiss you. This pervert. Look at, then now watch, he looks back. He looks back to see how she responds. He's trying to gauge whether or not he can get the hookup. Oh, goofy ass. Let me stop. I'm sorry. Boy. All right. So those are some examples. I have a couple of more, but the fact that he did that to that young lady, to me, I was like, man, this guy, he's a sick predator. Okay. Chair said, okay, I got that one. Thank you for sending me that too, Drifter. I appreciate it. Someone had said 300 earlier, but we'll go with the minimum retail of 200. We can go to the wholesale of $85. And either way, yeah, Umar, you a trip. New Tiggy says, I was going to follow Umar until I saw. Okay, that's how we got into this. Yeah. Thank you, new T Diggy, for the super chat. I appreciate it. How's it going, Black Anonymous? I was talking about you earlier. It says hi at LenonHonor Films in the Cook Crash chat. Yeah, I don't know if you're just getting in or whatever, but welcome. Okay, good to see you up in here. One of the old OGs. This is one of the few people that I can say never got, went off on the deep end and gone at me or attacked me or disparaged me or lied about me. And this is one of the few people, one of the very few people. So much respect to you. Kadar, and what I mean is people that I used to support, all that kind of stuff. I've been through the ringer with that. I learned my lesson, but Black Anonymous right here, integrity, information man, integrity, right? And respect to both of y'all, all right? Kadar says, read Countering the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys by Dr. Joanna Kunjufu. Umar copied this brother's entire message. He sure did. He sure did. Even his presentation style, early Umar, where he used to dress in the suits and stuff, Joanna Kunjufu. In fact, let me show y'all something. I don't know if I have that. Let me see if I have that download. No, I don't. But it's still on YouTube, I'm sure. So let me pull this up. Since you brought it up, I know we didn't really get, but we're going to come back tomorrow for sure. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll be working on the documentary throughout the day, and then we'll come back tomorrow to finish up with this video for sure. But let me go on here. It's an old video of Dr. Joanna Kunjufu, because I read all of his books when I was in college the first time. That was when I first got into the Black conscious space. That was one of the first things that I read back then. Joanna Kunjufu, Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. Yeah, here it go right here. Yeah, I remember this too. Yep, this is from 1987. Let me do this, y'all. I'm gonna download this right quick, just because remember we were talking about how Umar, he's a plagiarist. Again, I brought up Dr. Joy DeGruy as an example. Another example would be Dr. Joanna Kunjufu. Another example would be Dr. Amos Wilson. I was deep into him for quite some time too. That was later though. That wasn't in the early days when I was in the Black conscious community. It was grassroots back then, before internet really became accessible for people. There was someone else that came. Also Dr. Francis Cress Wilkins. And oftentimes he'll present their information as if it's his own. Umar has a long history of that. Let me pull this up right quick. I want you guys to see what I mean. So this is from 1987. The book was The Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys. From what I remember, there was 3 volumes of it. I read all 3 volumes of it back in the day. I think he wrote other books too. But early Umar really sourced much of his information from Joanna Kunjufu. Didn't give him any credit either. Okay, I'm talking about consistently, because I think there was times where he mentioned, I'm pretty sure that he mentioned Dr. Joanna Kunjufu, but in passing. But he's taken a lot of information from Joanna Kunjufu and presented it as if it was his own. He's a plagiarist. Okay, so Kadar, since you bring this up, let me play a little of this. Check this out, everybody.
There are more black boys born in the world than there are girls. It's close, but it's 1.03 black boys born in the world to 1.0 black girls. Hear me clearly. At birth, black boys outnumber black girls 1.03 to 1.0. A brief 18 years later, it is now 1.0 available, and that's the key word, available black men, to 1.8 available black women. Almost 2 adult women for every 1 adult man. Now, the only question that should be going through your minds right now is what happened. We keep raising the wrong question. We keep asking, why do black men hang on corners? Why do black men lack direction? Well, if you ask this question, you answer the question 18 to 30 years too late. It is not a conspiracy to destroy black men. It's a conspiracy to destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man. Not going to look around the room and tell you know where are they. If they are not available to black women, where are they? Call the roll. In jail, there are 329,000 brothers in prison right now. 1 of every 4 brothers will go to prison. Where else? or death. There's numerous ways that we die. There's homicide, suicide, drugs, war, high blood pressure, and the leading killer among black men, lung cancer. Our love for cigarettes, especially cool. Smoke them all day long, die the exact same way. Cool. Where else?
Okay, now watch this.
And I'm a member of the organization. When to deal with the drug movement, you have to go back to the scientific study that was done by the United States government that gave birth to the drug movement. See, the drug movement didn't start 10 years ago. The United States government said, and the man who was in charge of the National Institute of Mental Health at the time was a white man by the name of Peter Goodwin, I believe his name was.
We have prison, death. What else to make us unavailable to black women? Yes, homosexuality. As you said earlier, 1 of every 9 men in this country are homosexual.
See, Umar, this is one of Umar's talking points, but again, a lot of this comes from whatever y'all may think about all that. That's besides the point.
Where else? Yes.
Hospitalized, institutionalized.
Okay, so institutionalization, and there's not only in terms of hospitals, but also mental institutions, and of course, when they get released, many times being homeless. There's still one other large.
He said that if you want to be able to control the behavior,
only for such time as the state can shield the people from the consequences. I read that already. That's ADHD. The U.S. government employs more than they got a black girl down with a blonde hair wig with a tattoo on her neck and on her breast.
You also know that the FBI was created on who? The Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey by the drug companies. The Association 1844 as it relates to. Okay. This is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I'm going to give you some of the chief symptoms. Listen to this. Often fails to give close attention to details. Is careless in schoolwork. Has difficulty sustaining attention in task or play. Often does not seem to listen when spoken to directly. Often does not follow through on instructions or fails to finish schoolwork, chores, or duties in the workplace. Often has difficulty organizing tasks and activities. Often avoids, dislikes, or is reluctant to engage in tasks that require sustained mental effort, such as schoolwork or homework. Often loses things necessary for tasks or activities, is often easily distracted by extraneous stimuli, is often forgetful in daily activities. Who in here does this not describe once in a while? Do you see what I'm talking about? I want you to understand why so many of our boys are being diagnosed with this made-up disorder that they don't even have. Because the criteria are so general that any human being on any day of the week.
Area. Thimby?
They marry one.
And we'll look at today someone like Prince or Magic Johnson or Isaiah Thomas. In other words, no need to study, just be macho, just be a superstar. In other words, Mr. T.
If you even look at the voice inflections, Umar, this is early Umar. Now later on, Umar goes batshit crazy. See, back then he would dress the part, but even how he would present the information in terms of the vocal inflection, he's sourcing this from Joanna Kunjufu. The information too, there's a lot of information that he sources from, but he doesn't give him credit for it. Okay, how he presents himself, how he dresses. In fact, many guys remember this. This is
Everybody in here's children being miseducated, medicated, because you got somebody you can call on. I say the energy is in here. Now, let's talk about the facts. 64% of that is a because you dating the spiritual vampire. Abusers too, right? Y'all like the cuts, and you want me to believe it's based purely on love, then why the hell you the only one catching jungle fever?
Yeah, see, now this is 2013. Umar kind of starts going off the rails around this time. But if we go back to that 2005 video, he wasn't crazy like this crazy. All right. But the point is that Umar, in terms of presentation style, a lot of this source from Joanna Kunjufu, a lot of information is sourced from Joanna Kunjufu. And the reason why is because Umar's a plagiarist.
The judge looked at me and said, wait a minute, I know your face. I said, oh, shit.
This guy. Let me play this part. Then we can get back to the main video. Watch this.
Wanting to beat the dad up, all because of what? You told me they didn't want me, and I had found out otherwise. It comes back. Role of the court. Now, the court don't help this at all. My God, there's nothing worse than going in front of a white man and say, can I see my daughter? And one time the judge looked at me and said, wait a minute, I know your face. I said, oh, shit.
This guy, he be lying so much. Listen to this.
He was on YouTube.
That's not all. Watch this. This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
You're that psychologist. Not me. I sweep streets, dog. I don't know who you talking about. Judge knew who I was, but I was able to get out of it. Because he would have never gave me my baby.
See this shit? Because he would have never gave me my baby. What is he talking about? See, this is Umar projecting because he was a deadbeat. Going way back to 2002. This video right here is from 2013. He's still talking about this shit. And did the court ever, quote unquote, give him his baby? No. He has supervised visitations. But you see how this guy, Umar, he's something else. And the whole story is fanciful. The judge watching YouTube videos and sees Umar and then happens to see Umar in court. And
the judge looked at me and said, wait a minute. I know your face. I said, oh, shit. He was on YouTube. You're that psychologist. Not me. I sweep streets, dog. I don't know who you talking about. Judge knew who I was, but I was able to get out of it. Because he would have never gave me my baby.
This guy is something else. He is. He's theatrical. He is so theatrical.
But it hurts a father or a mother to have to go to the enemy and beg permission to see their child. You should never do, no matter what.
Umar, you didn't want to be an active participant. Anyway, all right. Okay, I know we got blowed off again, but let's get back on track here, everybody. And thank you for your patience. Let me check the poll right quick. And how are we doing on time? Are we actually doing okay on time? For some reason, I think we're 3.5 hours in. We're actually almost 2.5 hours in. So we'll go for another 40 minutes. The poll question, almost 1,800 votes. Okay. Are you an Umar Johnson? Are you an Umar Johnson supporter? 4% say I am a supporter. 22% say that I was a supporter, but not anymore. And 74% say that I was never a supporter. I think this is a really good poll question. Okay, and Maddie's going to bed. Okay, thank you, Maddie, for tuning on in. Okay, please enjoy the rest of the evening. Get some sleep. And then we have 685 likes. Let's try to get to 700 before we get up out of here. Okay, we're going to go for another 38 minutes. All right, let me get caught up on these super chats, and then we're going to get maybe another, I don't know, 30 minutes into this video. And I don't know if we'd be able to get to the whole thing. We might be able to. Let's see. Okay, Umar is a predator. Real talk, he is. No man go unless you're predatory towards women. You're not going to go around sneak kissing them. You're not going to be going getting all up on behind them like that. It's invasive. You're invading. It's personal space. That's the term. It's personal space. You don't do that. See, and now if Umar did that, let's say if he actually opened up a school someday and he was doing that to these mamas, that's a lawsuit right there. That's called sexual harassment. Kissing women that don't know you is sexual harassment. Taking a super soaker gun, as Umar claimed he was going to do, and spraying these women down, that's assault. So yeah, he's a predator because only a predator thinks like that. And again, it's grooming because he's trying to test the waters and kind of see where she's at and how she responds. And if she responds in a particular way, Umar, he's wired this way. He's okay. This one I can say, listen, text me if you want to get together. Text me if you want to go out to get something to eat or something. You'll meet me at the hotel room. Raw dog tune day. He's a predator. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Brand new, those desks are 200 to 500 each. Yeah, we were crunching some numbers and so forth. Someone said on 300, someone said 200. We took the 200 figure. Either way, the brother was going to bless Umar big time. But what does Umar do? What Umar always does. Now, if Umar said, listen, I'm going to give you $19,000. You want to take it? Umar will take it. But if someone brings him $19,000 worth of desk, he ain't going to take it. That's Umar. Thank you, Rocket Saki. Kadar says he also feels he has the right to kiss them. It's crazy. Yeah, he does, because he feels entitled. He believes that all women want him, all women belong to him. He said some shit like that too in the past. He said, you know, I'm never single. I'm paraphrasing, because any black woman, single black woman, you know, I can't remember what kind of crazy shit he said. I want to say he said something like they belong to me. It wasn't that extreme, but that's what he was kind of inferring. That's what I inferred from what he was saying. Yeah, he's sick. Umar is a very possessive person. He is. In fact, in my notes, I put down times where he's being possessive. He's possessive of women. He's possessive of other people's kids. Meanwhile, he don't take care of his own kids. And when you have someone who thinks that somehow he has ownership, including over any black woman that he sees, he's gonna do whatever he wants to, including sneak kiss them or get up on them and put his hands on their waist. You don't do that. You don't do that shit. You don't do that. Now, if it's your girlfriend or your wife or something, I can see that. Yeah, that's what we do. Okay, trust me, I know. But you don't do that to some stranger. But Umar does. But that's because he's a predator. Thank you, Kadar. Verdant Visionary says, Lenon, regarding your poll, I'm wondering if people thought supporter also meant donor. That's a good question. I used to be a supporter, but never donated. Although Umar would say I was never. Umar would say, oh, you was never a supporter because you never donated. Yeah, I would say a supporter is someone who, it could be both. It could be someone who donated or someone who did not. But the idea is that they support Umar either way. That's what I would say. The thing is that I thought that there would be more people who would say that they're a supporter in here. It's only 4% out of 1,815 votes. I also thought that there would be more people who were supporters, but not anymore. Overwhelmingly, there's people who never supported Umar. So when we say support, it could be someone who, you know, supported him and they, believed in him and, maybe even defended him. But it can also be someone who sent him donations. Now, like you said, according to Umar, though, you're not a supporter unless you donated. But what does that show? That shows what Umar's mentality is. It's about the money. Just like with these desks, it was about the money. Just like the brother that was going to come out and bring a whole team to do all the HVAC and do all of the plumbing. I think it was HVAC and plumbing, right? From what I remember from the documentary in 2000. I think I did that in 2019. It might have been 2020. Once it came time to handle the business, Umar, he ghosted the brother. The brother was hurt too by that. He was. And then if the brother said, okay, because who knows how many tens of thousands of dollars of worth of work that would have been if Umar, if the brother said, listen, I'm just going to give you, I don't know, $60,000-$75,000. You think instead of coming out to do this work, you think Umar would have taken it? Yeah, he would have taken it. And then that brother would have been a supporter because he's a donor. But because he didn't donate, and I don't even remember if the brother donated to Umar or not. If he didn't donate, then Umar would not have perceived him to be a supporter. This just goes to show you where Umar's mentality is. It's not about getting things done to move the project forward. That's why I just said he's never had an intention to open up a school. What is it about? It's about money. And a person is only viable to Umar to the degree to which they are going to give him money. And once you stop, he's done with you. Thank you, Verdant Visionary. User 225 said, Lenore, tell him how the Bay Area would do Umar Johnson creeping. Yeah, especially Oakland, boy. I tell you. I met my wife in Oakland. This was it'll be 25 years ago in, it was in spring. So I think it was in April. And yeah, April. That's the only. We don't celebrate our marriage ceremony. We don't celebrate when we were officially married. We only celebrate when we met, because that was the most important time period in our lives. So I met her in Oakland. I was living out there with the band manager because I was a musician back then, and my life has been so blessed ever since. And we've come a long way as a couple. We've come a long way just as people. And I can tell you that one thing, she's one of the most wonderful people I've ever met. And I really was blessed with my wife. When you're with the woman, it's going to be 25 years for that long. You really start to see things differently. You really do. And I know what it felt. I remember what it felt like to be alone. And that was horrible. And then relationships before that, I was in relationships where the women cheated on me in different ways. And I've never been like that. I've always been loyal. I'm like loyal like a hound dog. And once she came into my life, it was such a blessing, and here we are almost 25 years later, still running strong. I'm a blessed man. Thank you, U225. I'm gonna tell y'all one other thing too. I probably shouldn't be saying this, but when you really love that woman and you've been together, it's like, for instance, my wife, she has a lot of freckles, and I didn't really think about that back in the day. But now when I see women with freckles, it's like, for whatever reason, it's attractive. But it's because, and before I didn't think about it, but now it's attractive. But that's because my wife has freckles, and she has a real interesting nose. So I got this thing about women that got the interesting noses. I know I shouldn't be saying that, you know, because people, they into different things, but the woman got an interesting nose. I'll be like, hey, girl. No, I ain't gonna say nothing, but I'm just saying it. You know, I think about, you know, it activate my sack. Okay, all right. Too much information. Okay. Anyway, thank you, user 225. I appreciate it. Kadar says, read countering. Yeah, okay, yeah, we got that one. Thank you too, Kadar, because that got us into Joanna Kajufu. Boy, I'm tripping tonight. Okay. Kadar says he also feels, okay, I got that one. Thank you so much. Rocky the Sock says brand new. Okay, I got that one already. Hold on, let me see here. I got that one. Thank you so much, Jackson. Black Wolf says Umar Johnson, invasion of the cemetery. Umar Johnson, invasion of the cemetery, the vid. Oh, is that what it's called? Oh, hold on one second. Boy, y'all gonna trip off of this one. We didn't get no work done. That's okay. We had a caller call. We had an interview guest. That was awesome. And no, you playing. I'm really looking this shit up. Hold on one second. Invasion. Oh, it is called that. That's crazy. Okay, this is from 2020. Okay, y'all gonna trip off of this. I know we didn't get no work done on that one, but Umar ain't talking nothing anyway. He ain't saying nothing. I really wanted to get to the part because I'm sure he's asked about FDMG. That's really what I've been trying to get to over the last couple of days. Yeah, let me pull this up. This is from 2020, March 4th of 2020. Umar used to spend a lot of time in cemeteries live streaming and yelling, just no respect for the dead. Tapping on great tombstones and stuff. You don't do that. Have some reverence. He doesn't do that as much these days, but here it goes. Black Wolf found that shit. Here we go. Check this out. Umar was tripping.
Cemetery. I am looking for one of the grandfathers of revolutionary Pan African nationalism. He goes by the name of Reverend Alexander Crummell. He is one of the grandfathers of revolutionary Pan African nationalism. He was Booker T. Washington's mentor. Booker T. Washington dedicated a whole chapter of his infamous work, Souls of Black Folk, to the great Alexander Crummell. This black man was the first educated black man to build
Alexander Crumple Cake. You remember Umar used to make up all these different treats and stuff and give them names of well-known people.
An institute of higher learning for black men in the United States of America. He went to Liberia, where he became one of the first professors of Liberia College. He was a pioneer in the field of black social work. He spent 20 years in Liberia as a principal and a teacher and a preacher, and even lost a child in Liberia. I'm looking for the grave, brothers and sisters. And the Crummell, we got to find them, brothers and sisters. Respect to all the deceased spirits that are here in the cemetery.
Man, this is some weird. Now that I think about this, because remember, we have a sister, Marianne Lawrence. She's been talking more from a spiritual, metaphysical, and even religious standpoint. And Umar, because he used to be in cemeteries a lot.
We invoke the name of Mama Oya.
Oh man, this is wild now.
Wait. This is section 5. This is section 5. We need section 2. Section 5 me to the ancestor who was buried in 1898, who was born in 1818. Take me to the ancestor. We got 30 minutes.
He got 30 minutes before it closed. This is some crazy. It's crazy.
Take me to the ancestor. Where's section 2 at?
You know it's bad when you go to the cemetery. You don't even get to the cemetery on time. You a loser. You go to the cemetery late and shit. All right.
Let's see.
Yeah, he was real manic.
Okay, that's 5. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We turn.
I remember someone was calling him Dora the Explorer back in the day we first covered this video. They were calling him Dora Explorer with the map trying to find dead people.
We looking for ancestors in Brooklyn. We looking for ancestors in Brooklyn. This is King Kong Consciousness, Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm rolling with Orisha Oya and Eshu today. Getty Nimbo style.
All my mama said he's lost. He's late and he's lost. That's crazy.
All Balana opened the roads. We looking for Alexander Crummell, one of our Pan African ancestors. Yes, indeed. I see a couple people need to go to the block party, but my fingers are too cold right now.
Oh,
couple people going to the block party. Yes, sir.
Just yelling.
He's helping me out. Let's see what he's saying. Come on, y'all. Right up in here. Okay. And you think he further up though, 6 to 10?
This is crazy.
Okay, what's these numbers here?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, okay. Thanks, Papa.
Thanks what? It sounds like a white dude. What are you talking about?
All right. We in section.
He's like, thanks, Father. Thank you, Father. I appreciate it.
2. Let's see. Looking for the ancestor. We got 25 minutes left. You gotta find me.
You can have 25 minutes, family. We got about 25 minutes left on this live stream.
All right. This is tougher than I thought.
Oh my goodness.
We hunting.
He should have just went on the internet.
Now. Whew. Looking for Reverend Alexander Crummell.
He should have went on the internet. Go on the internet and show you exactly.
Pan-African nationalist.
This guy.
Okay. He was buried so long ago. I don't know.
He probably hiding from you, crazy.
Okay. Where would he be at? 6 to 10. But she put that he would be.
Look at this guy. Man, my son, he downstairs laughing. I could tell he doing something he ain't supposed to. You know, your kids, when they be laughing a certain way, you know they're doing something wrong. I should go down there and go child leave alone. Here we go.
Okay, you come up, you turn.
Look at this guy.
I don't know, y'all.
See, this reminds me of how Lenon says that, like, he doesn't know how to do basic things. We breathing all heavy.
Excuse me for stepping over the graves. Trying to find an ancestor.
You should. Oh my goodness, this guy. Look like he got on Nikes again.
Come on. Take me to the ancestor. Come on, ancestors. Mama Oya, where is he? Where is he?
Damn.
6 to 10. Huh. Okay, let's see. Lot 133. So maybe we could find lot. That says 11. 11. We ain't looking for no 11.
Let me skip through this guy. He gonna be in here for 5 months. He's still
Africanism is y'all gonna get out here in the cold with your husband.
Oh, here it go right here. Watch this.
At least not when he was buried.
He in here. This is the 14-minute mark, y'all.
We got to take better care. This person was born 1849 and 1935.
Yeah, here go the part right here. It keep pausing because the internet connection when he was live streaming was bad, but that's because
all y'all sisters talking about y'all want to be the princess of Pan Africanism. All y'all sisters talking about y'all want to be the princess of Pan Africanism. Is y'all gonna get out here in the cold with your husband and dig up graves? That's what I'm talking about. All these sisters talking about they want to marry.
You see this guy? Look at him. And I didn't pause it. That's just the internet connection. I'm waiting for it. It's still going. It's just this internet froze. But you women want to come out there and dig up graves.
Nobody talking about it now. See, y'all quiet. The queens is quiet now. Quiet now. Why y'all get so quiet, ladies?
Yeah, he's manic right here.
See, this is the real work. Y'all just want to come to lectures and look cute. Y'all just want to come to lectures and look cute.
No, you want them to come to lectures and look cute. That's what you see. See this? Look at him. Boy, this guy, I'm telling you something wrong with him.
Oh, no, this is the work. This is the work.
What's the work? Walking around in cemeteries?
Out here
digging up graves?
In the cold, 20 degrees, digging up ancestors. Who?
This guy is sick. Necromancy ass. He's a necromancer.
Want to get married to the Prince of Pan Africanism now. See, this is the real work. Not YouTube videos. Not YouTube videos. Okay, let's see. That's the road. It goes in another direction.
See, because the idea was Umar, and I don't know if it's in this video, but he was proposing that they were going to exhume all these bodies of famous black people out of these cemeteries and then rebury them up at FDMG, these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, because he was going to have an FDMG cemetery. That's the idea. I don't know if it's in this video where he says it, but he did say that. I remember that because this guy's crazy.
It should curl around. Curl around. That's the split. The split is, wait a minute. You come up. Right there.
This guy is so lost in life.
This is, hold on, we can't.
Yeah, it's like Lenon was saying. He's like a child that doesn't know how to do basic things. Look at him.
Damn, where my car at?
Here he go.
Okay, my car is already back there. So the car, okay, we was this way.
And it's not your car, it's a rental car on donation money.
2 is above the road. This is the road. But then the road curls. The road curls right there. He's in the cut, so he's over here somewhere.
This chat room is crazy. I gotta stay out of there because we didn't get we got about I don't know, about 3 minutes on the main video today. I had a plan, but you know how we do. Shout out to Good Crush, that's undefeated. His Wi-Fi was really bad because he's in the cemetery, so it keeps
in free school. Look at that. Look at it.
Here we go. We'll dig up the graves. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I apologize. Well, I ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm just letting it play. It'll come back on. Black
Who grave I just found? Who know this man? Who know this man right here? Who knows James McCune Smith? Here we go. Dr. James McCune Smith. That's right, brothers and sisters of the New York African Free School. Look at that. Look at that. This is another great ancestor. He talking about some who? Do your research. This brother right here was a.
You didn't even know that was over there. What you talking about? So you see something that's random and because it got something written on it, all of a sudden you know all this stuff? Cut it out, Umar. Do some research. What you doing research inside a cemetery? What kind of research you gonna do in the cemetery? Because you can go online and go see this. They have virtual you guys know that? They got this video from 2020. You can go into this cemetery. They got the bird's eye view. You can go down and go look, and they have maps. You can go look and go find. They have a thing you can go look to find the name, and they'll give the number that tell you exactly where it's at. But this goofy's walking around. At this point, he's been walking around the cemetery for at least 17 minutes. And then he finds someone random and there's something written on there. Now all of a sudden it's this great find and he knows some special information and y'all ain't shit because you don't.
Abolitionist, friend of Frederick Douglass, Underground Railroad, started one of the first schools in New York to teach black folks. What are y'all talking about? Look at this. I'm finding ancestors looking for other ancestors. I'm finding ancestors looking for other ancestors. I'm finding ancestors. This is one of the greatest black men to ever live. Dr. James McCune Smith. Do your research.
Hey, no disrespect. I ain't never heard of it.
Research. Do your research. Do your research. That's right. Look him up. This is one of the greatest black leaders ever, and he was from New York City. But all y'all know is rappers. All y'all know is rappers. Look up Dr. James McCune Smith in the African Free School of New York and the Underground Railroad of New York. Look him up. Look him up. That's right. Now, where's Alexander Crummell? I'm hyped now. I'm hyped now. Where's you? Where you at, now? Dr. Crummell?
Here you go.
Where you at? I know you around here because Dicko, your homie right there.
Your
we done
homie?
Found one great ancestor looking for another one. Lord have mercy. Come on, Alexander Crummell.
Here you go.
Come on, Baba, where you at?
Here you go.
Where you at, Baba? Come on. You got to be around here. We just found your home.
Listen, I'm not a person to go to cemeteries. I've been. I don't like funerals either because I just have this thing where I see other people crying and suffering. I just lose it. I mean, if I went to a funeral and I didn't even know none of the people and I just see people, I will just lose it. I'll start crying and I just can't. I can't. But the point I want to make here is that even back in the day when I would go to a cemetery, I wouldn't even want to walk in the air on top of the grass where the person would be buried under in the coffin. I wouldn't do. I just out of respect. I know they're like, well, they already passed away. No, it's just a respecting and reverence. But Umar, he walking straight through. He don't care. That's just me. Okay. And again, I don't even remember the last time I went to a funeral or went to a cemetery. But back in the day, I always had reference. I always have reference. I'll be careful, okay? If the tombstone's right here, I'm not going up to the tombstone tapping on to somebody I don't know, and I'm not going to be walking over where that their coffin would be under the ground. I wouldn't even walk over it. That's just me. But not Umar.
So I know you around here. I know you around here. Come on. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Oh, yes, brother. Don't you count me out. Don't you ever count out the Prince of Pan Africanism. I done found two great ancestors today. That's right. This is one of the gods of Pan Africanism.
This guy is nuts. He walking around the cemetery for almost 20 minutes, 19 minutes. It's actually longer because when the video starts, he already walking it. So it's over 20 minutes looking for somebody. Then when he find it, he say, Umar, calm down, bro. You ain't got to. Let me stop. Boy, Umar is wow. Here we go.
I said, this is one of the gods of Pan-Africanism, the Bishop Alexander Crummell. Oh, and he does have a grave. And
see how he's walking right there? I would not do that, but that's me.
He does have a grave. Look at that. Reverend Alexander Crummell, born in New York, March the 3rd, 1819, and he died September 19, 1898. That's right. That's right. Oh, yes. Let me go get some water. Pour my libation and get back to Philly.
No, don't do that.
Let me go get some water out the car.
Look at him swinging that arm. Whenever you see Umar, you ever see him swinging that arm like Oprah in Color Purple? This is with Umar. He real hype.
Don't ever count me out. Just like y'all count me out with FDMG, we about to shock.
This video is from 2020, homeboy. This video is from March 4th of 2020. Count you out on FDMG. This is about to be 2026. This is more wild. Black Wolf, why you doing me like this?
Let me go get my water so I can do a quick libation. That's
so
right.
both off.
Don't ever count me out. I done found 2 of them.
So what? What that got to do with anything? It took you 20 at least 20 minutes to find 2.
I done found
2 for 99, Umar. Cut it out.
2 of them. The ancestors is rejoicing.
What are you talking about?
Look at the skies.
What that got to do with anything?
Look at the sky, the winds of Oya, brothers and sisters.
Here he go.
I done found 2. That's right. This is the type of work you're going to do. You're going to be my wife. You're going to get your damn hands dirty. This ain't no cute come to the lecture shit. You say that for the YouTubers. Nah, you're going to get in the ground on some Winnie Mandela shit and get your hands dirty. Oh, yes.
Digging up graves? That's not romantic, Umar. What you talking about? You going to take your wife to go dig up dead people? You crazy. Can you imagine any of you women up in here that, man, try to court you a little bit, say, yeah, let's go out. Where we going to go? We going to go get something to eat? No. We going to go watch a movie? No. Where we going to go? We going to go dig up some dead people. You let one of these somebody come up, one of these young men come up to court, and one of my daughters, and I asked him, where you going? Because you know I'm going to ask. No, don't start stuttering. I said, where you going? Well, you heard me, boy. Listen, I'm about to slap the shit out of you. Where you going? Where you taking my daughter? Oh, we're going to go to the cemetery. And we start sniffing and blinking and shit. We're going to go to the cemetery and we're going to dig up some dead bodies. That's not romantic. You women, you let a man take you. You'll go on a date to go dig up some dead people. Yeah. And you know, Umar, make sure you bring the shovel and the gloves, because I ain't. Put on your Timberlands. Let me stop. Here we go.
Oh, yes. Dig them up and bring them to FDMG. Let's do a FDMG burial ground for all.
It is this video where he says that this guy is nuts. What's wrong with him? So these funky schools, these fake funky bandos up in Wilmington, Delaware, they're also going to function as a cemetery to rebury dead people that's been dug up at other cemeteries, evidently, as my mama liked to say. She said, evidently. I said, well, evidently you wasn't raised right. I said, damn. Evidently you tripping. My mama, she don't be playing. She like that. She real cool. I have a sister like that. Real cool. But if you be acting up, I'm like that too, to be honest with you. Evidently. All right, here we go.
All the great African ancestors, bring them all to one place. What? King Kong consciousness. Notorious RBG.
Oh, I have this in the first documentary. I remember now. Yeah.
Most requested black scholar in the world, not America, not South America, not Asia, not Europe.
You see him swinging that arm?
Not Australia. I said the whole
that's how Oprah was swinging that arm in Color Purple.
Damn planet. You're talking to the most
What was her name in Color Purple? Let me stop. Umar so sassy. Listen, men, we don't do that. We don't be going in the cemetery swinging that arm like that. We just don't do that. Sophia. Sophia Tunde up here swinging that arm. Look at
black scholar on the whole damn planet. 10 years and counting. You can't stop me. Can't stop me. Let's go pull up. Pull up on the ancestors. Get a little closer for this libation because we only got 13 minutes to call on the ancestors.
You got 13 minutes. This is crazy.
We made black history during black history.
What, because you found 2 grave sites?
We made black history during black history.
I wonder if this is the video where he had the blanket in the back seat.
Now you said, Umar, don't get too hype and you forget where the ancestors were.
Yeah.
You said,
boy, he out there.
Okay. Oh, it's a glorious day. It's a glorious day.
Why?
I got to find them again. But they had the little signs though. Where the water at? I had two.
Yeah, he's running around yelling, and he done got his blood pressure up. He got to getting hot.
Bottles of water. Where the water at? One bottle for Dr. Smith, another bottle for Reverend Crummel. Gotta get that water right. Oh, yes. I got my shirt on straight from Ghana. I got on my Ghana shirt. The ancestors knew I was coming today.
That's donation money.
They knew I was coming today.
Dang, this is
ancestors
crazy.
Knew I was coming today.
Shout out to Black Wolf for putting in the title. I totally forgot about this.
I don't care how cold it is. I got ancestors to salute. You want to know where?
Yeah, I remember at the end, it's almost as if he's hearing things. We're going to play the rest of this, okay? Because he starts getting, you can tell he gets scared. You know how he gets paranoid? Watch
I
this.
get my power is from God through the ancestors. You
Stop, Umar.
want to know where I get my power is from?
Listen, I'm going to tell y'all something right now. God ain't got nothing to do with trying to dig up dead people's bodies in cemeteries and then taking them to Wilmington, Delaware to rebury them at these abandoned buildings. Come on now. Don't do that, Umar.
From God through the ancestors. Let's pop off. Reverend Alexander Crummel, sir, we are here to pay homage to you.
Here
this
he
first
goes.
Black History Month of the new Black century. We just finished 400 years, and we are in the beginning of our 401st year, which is our Black 5th century, brothers and sisters. So we're going to pour libation to one of the greatest Black leaders of all time, one of the grandfathers of Pan.
Yeah, this right here, I remember, it's just so disrespectful.
Africanism.
There's a part of me that doesn't want to play it, but I'm going to play a little bit of it just to show you how, I don't even know what the word is. I don't even know. I'm just going to play a little bit of it. Watch this.
Brother who went to Liberia and gave Africa 20 years. He didn't go now when it's easy to go to Africa. He went when it was difficult to go to Africa. Even lost a child over there. Came back, became a mentor to an entire generation of Pan Africanists. The most notable is W.E.B. Du Bois, was a grandfather and pioneer in the field of Black community social work. Started the first institution of higher learning for Africans in America.
Umar, calm down. Damn.
Yes, brothers and sisters, let's get it done. Let's get it done. Ashe, Omi Tutu, Ona Tutu, Ile Tutu, Tutu Getty Nimbo, Ashe, Oludumara, Jubu Babu, equal lower T, Mebelese, Ibarati, Arun, Ashe, Ibaga Babu, equal Tikuni, Africa, Ibarati.
All right. I'm going to stop right there. Was Alexander Crummel a Ifa devotee, Umar? Just disrespectful. Maybe he was. I don't think so. Because I thought Umar one time said that he was a Christian. I could be wrong. Either way, for you to go up there and desecrate, real talk, this grave site of someone who you don't know, it's not a family member, and I'm sure if they was alive, they wouldn't want to have nothing to do with your crazy ass. For you to do all this, it's wrong. I can't even play it. See, I'm looking at this differently now based upon the conversation, the interview with Lene, the interview with Sister Mary Ann Lauren, and even some of Mary Ann Lauren's video that she's done on her YouTube page. Shout out to Mary Ann Lauren. I look at this differently now. I don't even want to play this shit. Real talk. So I'm gonna skip through this part.
I don't Ashe, Ibaga Babu, equal to the 7 C's, Ashe.
Then
on
he
this
goes
day of Black
over,
history, Holly Garnett and Bishop Turner. Let's do it, Ashe. Ogun, Ashe, Osayin, and Alexander Crummel.
See, this is wrong right here. Now he goes to the other person who's deceased, and but this time he's throwing the water on the actual. This is wrong. I'm not even gonna play it. I'm just gonna skip through. Umar starts tripping though. Watch this. So it cuts and then he's in his car. Watch this.
Yes, indeed. King Kong consciousness, yes indeed. What a great day in Brooklyn. What a great day in Brooklyn. What a great day in Brooklyn, brothers and sisters. What a great day in Brooklyn. It's time to get on back to North Philly. It's time to get on back to North Philly. Don't worry about the unbelievers. By the time we're done, we're going to make the unbelievers believers, my brothers and sisters. Stand.
Oh, my God.
Stand strong in the cause of African redemption. Stand strong in the cause of African redemption, brothers and sisters. Stand strong. Now I got to get out this cemetery before they lock me in with the ancestors. What do y'all think? Should I spend the night with the ancestors? Should Dr. Umar spend the night with Reverend Alexander Crummell, grandfather of Pan Africanism? Should I spend the night with Dr. James McCune Smith, revolutionary black preacher and abolitionist? Should I spend the night with the ancestors and get even more ashe? Orisha Oya, what do you say? Getty Nimbo, what do you say? Agoon Goon, what do you say? Yes, indeed, brothers and sisters. I'm super hyped because I met two ancestors today. Those of y'all who've been following me over the past 10 years, I done took y'all to all kind of grave sites. I done gave you a greater history education than you ever got in New York public schools, North Carolina public schools.
His GPS is like, nigga, if you don't shut your ass up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. His GPS wasn't having it. His GPS was all polite about it too. Let me stop. I should have did. Did y'all hear it? Let me go back.
What do you say? Getty Nimbo, what do you say? Agoon Goon, what do you say? Yes, indeed, brothers and sisters. I'm super hyped because I met two ancestors today. Those of y'all who've been following me over the past 10 years, I done took y'all to all kind of grave sites. I done gave you a greater history education than you ever got in New York public schools, North Carolina public schools.
If you don't shut your ass up. All right, I'm tripping. I apologize.
Los Angeles public schools. It's going down, brothers and sisters. Get your tickets for the Black Parent Know Your School Rights training. It's going down in White Plains, New York, at the Walter H. Slater Center, White Plains, New York, Saturday, February the 29th from 9 to 9. If you're not from New York, you can still come. Fly in, drive in, bus in, train in, skate in, motorcycle in, be at the Walter.
Skate in? What you talking about? All right. We almost done.
To H. Slater Center, know your child's rights because the revolution ain't over. James McCune Smith might be an ancestor. Alexander
Umar aggravating the AI. It's real talk.
The Crummell might be an ancestor, brothers and sisters, but we are here. They lived through us. And speaking of those who lived
teleport. If you could teleport in, family, we're gonna tell. All right.
Through us. Who passed away today? Who passed away today the same year that 3 years before Alexander Crummell passed away? And that's my great blood ancestor, 4 times great grand cousin and possibly uncle. The Honorable Frederick Douglass died today, brothers and sisters, on February the 20th of 1895 after walking back home to his house on Cedar Hill in Washington, D.C., getting ready to go to another speech, and he passed out in the vestibule area of
He passed out, huh? Okay.
Of the home. Today we honor the memory of the greatest black leader to walk on American soil, who died.
Parachute in. What's up, Kels? And then it ends. Anyway.
The 20th of 1895, but he lives through me. But he lives through me. But he lives through me. Peace and black power.
Okay,
Cypress
Yeah,
Hills.
I thought this was the one where Umar was trying to get up out of there real quick because he thought someone was following him or something like that. But that's another one where he's inside the gravesite. Anyway, I know we went off, okay, but wow, I look at all this so much differently these days. Thanks, Black Wolf, for the super chat for getting us blowed off. RPG TV says, women in the cookery set, what would you do if some egg-shaped ninja with a scraggly beard kissed you out of nowhere? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's just inappropriate. It's an invasion of personal space. And I have a lot of examples of Umar doing that. But the thing is that I have the example where he was at the college and he does that to a young lady. I mean, she could have been 18. He's 50, 51. No. See, where I come from, you let an old dude do something like that to a sister, or if it's a daughter, or even if it's an aunt that's younger, somebody getting their ass beat. Real talk. No questions asked. Ain't gonna be no talking either. See, and most men know that that's not, you're not supposed to do that. You just don't do that. But Umar, no. See, Umar, he sees women as his possession and he can do whatever he wants to. He's a groomer. He's a groomer. He's a predator. Real talk. He was grooming them young girls on them college tour videos. Real talk. Umar, I'm telling you, he's sick. He's a sick, and I have proof of everything I say. I got proof of it. Thank you for the super chat. Verdant Visionary says he's one of those cringy, where my hug at type of dudes. Yeah, where my hug at? What you mean where your hug at? But see, with Umar, it's even more devious because it's like, where's my hug at? But I don't even know you. And he says stuff. I mean, he'll say stuff like, I need one of you queens to give me a back massage. What you talking about? He feels entitled to that. But the back massage, what that really translates to Umar, real talk, it translates to a rub down. That's what that translates to. See, that's part of the grooming thing too. It's like, okay, yeah, it's just a back massage. No, that's just Umar trying to get you into position so that ultimately you go for the real further than that. See, he's a predator and he knows what he's doing. Real talk, Umar's been doing this for decades now. That's why he got all these baby mamas back to back to back. 3 put him on child support in 3 successive years, or one attempted to. I don't think it worked out, but the other 2, yeah, it worked out. And then he has altogether 4 who attempted. 3 of those women succeeded. 1 did not for whatever reason, but it shows that Umar, he's predatory. And also he's not being responsible. That's raw dog situation. How is it that you're going to put yourself in a position, and it's nobody else's fault but yours, Umar, to where in 3 different women attempt to put you on child support in 3 successive years? This makes sense, respectively, as it were. And 2 of them were successful at it. Well, that means that you were dealing with 3 different women and during that 3-year period, and that you weren't being responsible. You was raw dogging it, and you already had a baby mama already. And that's just what we know of. 4 women that we know of that attempted to put Umar on child support. 3 were successful in Philadelphia, just in Philadelphia. Yeah, but see, the reason why he's in that situation, again, I guarantee you, listen, I'm not a betting man, but I'm willing to say that it's extremely likely that Umar has more baby mamas out there because he feels, and part of it is because he feels entitled to women. And that same type of saying is associated with the mentality. Where's my hug at? What, as if you're deserving of a hug, and these women don't even know who you are? Or I need a back massage, but these women don't know who you are? Cut it out. See? Thank you, Verdant Visionary. Damien says, I work in disability rights and have cerebral palsy. He routinely gives wrong advice to Black disabled boys' parents. He is highly ableist. Yeah. Umar doesn't understand what it means to have a lane. And what I mean by that is that he feels as if he knows everything. And so he'll give advice on anything. We were talking about that with the video that we've been covering over the last couple of days. We'll finish it tomorrow for sure. So if someone asks him, dealing with anything, it could be mental health. Earlier on, Umar used to talk a lot about disabilities. Some of you guys may remember this. He would talk about different disabilities. And it wasn't just mental disabilities, dealing with the school system and IEPs and these type of things, but also in terms of physical disabilities. And he would give all types of advice far beyond the scope. He don't know nothing about none of that and giving horrible advice. It's true. But that's Umar. See, instead of saying, I don't know, Umar will just start coming up with stuff in his mind and make some shit up and pass it off as if it's legitimate. And he's some sort of professional that knows what he's talking about. But meanwhile, what he's doing is he's disseminating false information, disinformation, and misinformation. But that's Umar. Yeah. There are people who have their children or who have worked in the school district and know about different levels of mental health or even mental disability. And they've listened to Umar, because we've had people in the chat room comment on this, and stuff that he says, even in 2025, doesn't make any sense. A lot of what he says is antiquated. I mean, he's talking about stuff, fields change. That's why he doesn't take time to keep up with the continuing education or any of that stuff. He doesn't even have a hold of certification, but he'll speak on all types of issues that is far beyond his expertise and is beyond the scope, but he does it anyway. And he gives horrible advice time and time again. That's Umar. Thank you for the super chat, Damien. RPG says Umar even steals the mannerism of Kunjufu. Yeah, if you guys look at the body language, all right. Now I could actually go through and find and sync things up to where I can show where Juana Kunjufu, he's talking about something back in the 80s or even in the early 90s, and then I can put up a video where he's saying exactly, well, he's paraphrasing Juana Kunjufu, and he's passing it off as if it's his own information. No, he sources it from Juana Kunjufu, but he doesn't credit Juana Kunjufu, just like he does with Dr. Joy DeGruy. He does the same thing with Amos Wilson, Dr. Amos Wilson. See? He has a history of that. But if you even just look at the presentation style, even his mannerisms, his body movements back then, you can tell Umar, he probably watched that video, who knows, hundreds of times. And those videos from back in the day that was recorded on VHS tapes hundreds of times, and then he just picks it up and he starts to play that character. That's what Umar is. He's a character. And he has different characters. But that character is Umar the professional. He's dressed in this three-piece suit. He has a tie on. He has something look like a pager on his belt. And he plays the role. That's what he does. And he does the mannerism just like Juana Kunjufu. Right? And that's before Umar went off the deep end too, by the way. He was crazy back then too. But all right, thanks, RPG. And it posted twice. Okay, thank you so much. What's up, Dominique says, look up Umar Johnson, Invasion of the Cemetery. Yeah, we just played it, 14 minutes mark. That's when Umar was talking about exhuming bodies to FDMG. Now that I'm looking at it now, all these years later, because we haven't looked at it in a long time, it's just disturbing, and how he gets all excited like that. Why you get excited inside of a cemetery? I mean, you really have to be out there and on some shit to be like that. Real talk. You really got to be out there. And it just shows a lack of reverence and a lack of respect for the dead. See, Umar don't have respect for the dead. He ain't got respect for the living. Now that's trifling. Yeah. Thanks, Dominique. I thought y'all was playing when he said Umar Johnson invasion of the cemetery. But yeah, that's what the video was titled. Thank you, Dominique. Shout out to Dominique. RPG also says they both use unhinged conspiracies, but Umar is performative, whereas Kunjufu is serious. Yes, I can see that too. Yeah, I can see that. Umar, he's an actor. He really is. He's more perform. There's a term for people like that. Like it's like everything has to get attention. Like they go over the top, and everything has to be over the top to keep people's attention. And that's Umar. I can't remember what it's called, but we've talked about this in the past. It fits Umar perfectly. That's just part of his psychological makeup. Everything is over the top. It's all performative. Okay. Normal Umar, very subdued, very quiet, depressed. That's the normal Umar. But he flips into these modes, and I've seen videos where you can tell he's all down and shit, but then he has to bring himself up to play the character, to keep the thing going and get people riled up and stuff. But that's Umar. Everything is performative with this guy, right? And it's been like that for a long time. I mean, I can show you guys example after example with that. Yeah, someone had asked what is performative. It's like he puts on a show. That's part of the reason why he's someone said a showman. That's why he's so entertaining. He could be entertaining, but really it's really Umar playing these roles to manipulate people for different reasons. Someone said cluster B. Yeah, but there's a specific term. Anybody know what that term is? Because we've talked about it. Yeah, there it is right there. Thank you, the Mrs. B. It's called histrionics. Okay. Let me pull this up right quick. It's part of cluster B. Histrionic refers to theatrical, overly emotional, or exaggerated behavior intended to attract attention. The term can also be related to histrionic personality disorder, a psychological condition characterized by constant need for attention and emotionally expressive behavior. That's Umar. General uses refers to person's use of exaggerated gestures. You know, when Umar be doing all like this, or language to be dramatic. As in, I couldn't take her histrionics any longer. And sometimes I feel like that with Umar when he's in this cemetery doing all this stuff. Medical psychological relates to histrionic personality disorder, which involves a pattern of excessive emotionality and attention-seeking behavior. That's Umar. Theatrical can be used to describe acting or other performances that are theatrical in nature. And Umar is very theatrical. I think that's part of his appeal as an entertainer, because he's more of entertainment. He has an extreme entertainment vibe for sure. Thank you, RPG TV. But it's called histrionics. Y'all can look that up. It's part of, I think it's part of cluster B, if I remember correctly. Someone said that earlier. What's up, Information Man Salute said, if you notice, the more popular Umar got, the more crazy he got, and the more he stopped dressing like a professional. You're absolutely right about that. What do you think? Yeah, in line. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. Early Umar, when he was playing, and see, early Umar, it comes out of him being a school psychologist. So he presented himself in a particular way. You know, he dressed the part. He wasn't repeating things over and over again and yelling and screaming and all that stuff. You guys go back, because the earliest video I've been able to find is about 2005. It could be from 2004. It actually could be from 2003. But I'm saying in and around 2005, 2004, Umar saying that he's still part of the UNIA. He puts in the UNIA resignation letter in 2005 out there in Philadelphia. He was trying to scam them too back then for a building fund, just like the FDMG building fund. But that video, you can see Umar, his mannerisms, he's not repeating things, he's not yelling and all this stuff. But what happens over time, by the time we start seeing Umar in 2010, 2011, okay, now he's hidden colors, he gets some fame. You know, people are looking at him differently. He got the Dawa video that comes out, and that goes to Saad Netter, and if you remember searching correctly, New York, and then his Umar's phone starts blowing up. Then he ends up having affiliations with Saad Netter. I'm just kind of getting all this in my mind. The point is that a lot of that went to his head. Tariq Nasheed talked about that once stuff he started getting more and more famous, it just all went to his head. It was there anyway, because, and you know this, if you look at the resignation letter, Umar, a lot of that stuff was narcissism. He was calling himself the modern day Malcolm X. What you talking about? See, it was always there, but like you said, the more and more popular Umar got, social media, once by the time we get into 2014, Umar started getting more and more out of control. Money started coming in for the St. Paul's College, 2015, 16, 17. He getting smoked out and shit. 2019, he settles on these trap banners, more money come. 2020 was really bad for Umar. 2020, 2021 in terms of sniffing and blinking, if y'all catch my drift. So over time, the more popular he got, the more crazy he got, the more unhinged he got, start yelling and screaming more, repeating things over and over again, tweaking on live, pouring water on his head, acting a doggone fool. And then, of course, you look at his dress. He don't dress professional like that, like he used to. See, that him dressing professionally with the three-piece suits and stuff, that was when he was trying to present himself as a school psychologist when he wasn't one. He's still not one. But what happened is because of more money came in and he became more famous, he just basically threw all that stuff away. Rarely do you see him dressing in suits, unless he wants to play the character. Here we go with the histrionics. See, Umar? He wants to play the character of a school psychologist. But then what has happened because of all this has gone to his head, he's more mentally unstable, so forth and so on. Nowadays, he dresses like the 1990s, you know, hip hop 1990s. He don't care. He ain't even trying to act professional, dress professional, or behave. None of that. He ain't even trying anymore. Right. But he kept it up for quite some time. Right. Thank you, Information Man, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Salute. Let's see. Matthew says, have you heard of Sampaku eyes? Umar has those. No, I haven't heard of it. Let me look it up. Sampaku eyes. Sampaku eyes are a term for eyes where the white of the eyes clear is visible on three sides of the iris, meaning it shows either above or below the iris in addition to the sides. While some associate them with superstitions like good and bad luck, this is not a medical condition. It is a natural variation in facial anatomy. The appearance can be the result of genetics, aging, eye shape, but it can also be a symptom of certain medical conditions like Graves' disease or the effects of trauma or surgery. Yeah, no, I haven't noticed that. I would have to see examples of that, like physical examples or pictures, and then I would have to cross-reference and take a look at Umar. Yeah, I haven't noticed that. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. Randy says assaulted for wearing pajamas. Yeah, that's Umar with the pajama mama super soaker video. That's crazy. Okay, that would be considered to be assault. Right? Umar was really tripping in that video. Thank you, Randy. James says witchcraft tune that. Yeah, he's out there. He's out there, and I look at it all differently now. Based upon some of the things that Lene talked about and some of the things that Marianne Laurent talked about. I'll just look at it differently. And you know, and I have to tell you, I was in the EFOP for a time. I was when I was in my black conscious phase, and I libations. And I had a shrine to the ancestors and all that stuff. So listen, I've been there. Okay. But what Umar's doing, it's just some dark shit. Real talk. It's dark. Right. Thank you, James. Manu Apin says this hustler is a very nasty guy. He's sick and his breath probably stink. Okay. Well, tell him how you feel. He said you went right to it. Okay. Thank you, Manu Apin. Hope I'm saying that right. Dominique says W.E. Du Bois wrote Souls of Black Folks, not Booker T. Oh, I don't remember what Umar said. I wasn't even listening. I do remember, and I don't even have the video archive. One time Umar said that he was that Booker T. Washington was his ancestor. Anybody remember that? Hit the one. So he's related, based upon what Umar says, he's related to Frederick Douglass, which is not true. He's related to Harriet Tubman, which is not true. And he's related to Booker T. Washington, which is not true. I wish I archived that video when we first watched it, but Umar, he's something else. He think he related to everybody. Thanks, Dominique. What's up, Iceman Van says we got 30 minutes before the cemetery closed, and they chased me out of here like they did last night. Yeah, they chased me out of here last night. I had my backpack on my back. I was laying down inside my. Anyway, he was sleeping up there. What they call them things? The things they sleep in and when they go camping. Umar had one of those out there. He was. All right, let me stop. Okay, thanks, Iceman Van. Kedar says, truthfully speaking, the conscious community is dead. It's filled with spiritual black capitalists now, and Umar is the final boss. Well, the thing, and unfortunately, Kedar, there's always someone in waiting. There's always someone in waiting, and it's usually a few people. I remember I gave this analogy back in the day, and then we'll wind this down, that the black conscious space, the internet aspect of it, because there is grassroots where people are doing real work, right? They're really working with people in the community. You know, they actually have schools, so forth and so on. I've donated to some of these people, but they have schools. Unfortunately, there's always people waiting, especially in the internet streets. I want to keep that analogy of the street. And the way that it works is it's like dope boys on the, well, let me not use dope boys. I'll use gangs. You know, in a gang, they have a certain block in a certain corner. And then on the other block down the street, down around the way, there's another gang, and that's their territory. And then on the other side over there, there's another gang, that's their territory, and that's their block. And then way over there on this side, there's another one. So and they're all competing for territory, but the territory is the hearts, the minds, and the money of black people. You know what I'm saying? That's what the black conscious space online, the virtual version, it's been reduced to. So even though we have, let's say, one of the final bosses, as it were, in Umar, there's always someone trying to vie for position. That's one of the reasons why Umar's always, over the decades, he's always wrapped up in some beef. Well, that's just like street culture. You know, some hood shit, you know, a gang banging shit. That's all that is. It just plays itself out in the Black conscious community, the virtual version of it, the internet version. And so if someone starts to impede into Umar's space, then he'll go at them, or Umar will try to impede on their space because he's trying to get more people so to get the hearts and mind and to get the money and get the cookies. See, I gave that analogy a long time, and it's true. Gave that analogy a long time ago. It's true. That's really what this has reduced itself to. I'll give one other example, Kadar. One of the reasons why Umar was going at Tariq was because Tariq, he had sold up, if I can use the term, the Black conscious documentary space, and he was on it. He was slanging them things. This makes sense? On that corner, he was slanging it. He was making good money, making gang of money doing that. And see, Umar, he was trying to impede and get into that space with his documentary that was supposed to premiere in the fall of 2014. You see what I'm saying? So he was trying to vie for position to tap into that market. See? And that's why he was trying to steal Tariq's intellectual property, trying to get into that territory. See that? That's Umar. It didn't work, though. Clearly, it didn't work. And Umar never finished that documentary. That documentary that's supposed to premiere fall of 2014. We're in the fall of 2025. Umar was still collecting money for it in 2022. He's a con man. But the reason why he even put that out there as another scam was because he was trying to get into that territory, trying to expand his block. See? And that's what it's come down to. Now, unfortunately, there's always someone waiting. There's always someone vying for that corner or one of those corners. And it's not just four of them. It's a gang of them all over the world at this point, because we're talking virtually over the internet. And there's going to be someone who's going to come along. And once Umar's done, and again, I don't think this is going to go past another year and a half with Umar, that once he's done, someone else is going to come up and they're going to take on the mantle and they're going to pick right up where Umar left off. Okay? And it may be that there's a group of people that's going to do that, or some not just one person that's going to attempt to do that, and then they're going to be trying to vie for position on their block to try to get into that spot. Jay Morrison had a spot. Nature Boy had a spot. Polite had a spot. Right? Okay, thank you, Kadar. Okay, we're gonna start winding this down. Jackson says Cocaine Bear Ifat Tunde always sniffing and out of breath. Yeah, he was walking through the cemetery having a difficult time. I tried to watch that movie Cocaine Bear. I just could not get into it. I just don't like that with the animals and put the animals on cocaine. Come on, y'all. Who coming up with this? Anyway, thanks, Jackson. Wolves of Black Wall Street said, y'all got to stop. I can't breathe over here. Yeah, the cooker was cutting up tonight. That's all I can say. Thank you. James says, Dr. James McCoon Smith had a Caucasian dad. Oh, okay. We ain't going to get into that right now. We're not going to get into that right. I have no idea because I ain't never heard of him, but Umar. Thank you, James. Black Hold Media says, you are so right, bro. All this talk about a school, and you never once heard the guy say he wanted a better education for his own children. Yeah. He's disparaged his daughter for not being in college. I have the video. That'd be in a documentary. But has he ever done anything to help any of his children get into college, or has he attempted to inspire them to do so? What I told my kids, I said, listen, I would prefer for you to go to college, but if you're not, you will be working. That's it. That's it. I ain't nothing else to be said. I ain't got nothing else. We ain't got nothing else to talk about. But Umar, he's not even present. He's not even present. So no, it's and not just with his own children. It's not as if he's actively working up there in Wilmington, Delaware, to put children on path to get into college or higher education or to pursue a certification. It's another route that people can take. There's options, but he's not doing any of that. See, the thing is that if he's not even attempting to do that with his own children, he don't even have his own home, so he can't even provide a place of residence for his children. Why would people think that somehow he's going to do that for their children? It just doesn't make any sense. Real quick, I have a video where Umar was giving advice to seniors who were going to be going or at least applying to college. And Umar said, when you write your letter of, you're supposed to, at least back then, but I had to do this too the first time I went to college. You write a letter to talk about why you want to go and blah, blah, blah. They may not do that these days. But he was saying that when you write that letter, make sure you have a typewriter. And I said, you said a type? What are you talking about, a typewriter? He's so backwards. I got to find that video one of these days. I'm going to run back into it because it was advice, college advice, something like that. It's in the title. Thanks, Black Hole Media. Sweet D, how's it going? So this is what unemployed people do all day while the rest of us are at work. They just be hanging out in cemeteries. No, real talk. That's just not normal. That's not normal behavior for someone. Umar claims to have 6 degrees. Well, why is it that you're hanging out in cemeteries? You're a school psychologist. Why would you even have time? You're this great black leader. Why would you even have time to be hanging out in live streaming in cemeteries? I ain't never seen nobody do nothing like that. That's crazy. He crazy. Man. All right. Thanks, Sweet D. Umar got time, though. How's it going, Carlita? Says Umar cannot connect with the living in real relationships, so he can only find connection with those passed on. And said, yeah. And then the other thing is, it's not as if these dead people can tell him to get away from them. Because see, if let's say that just anybody, if you're let's just say the example, you're at a park and you got someone who's coming all up in your space and yelling and live streaming and talk about a buta and all this and pouring out water all over the place and just acting crazy, you're probably gonna be like, something wrong with you. You need to get away from me, or I need to get up out of here. But the dead can't do that. And see, Umar doesn't have any real relationships in his life. Because he's burned all the bridges. He don't connect with people on that level unless he's trying to get money, trying to crush cookies, or trying to get money out of people. He don't have relationships. He said it himself in February of 2019. He said, I don't have no friends. I have my mama. She's his only friend. No, she's a possession. So in the absence of having any real relationships, yeah, he'll go to the dead people because they can't say nothing to him. That gives Umar the opportunity to be in total control. I mean, it's just sick. It's sick behavior. He's a sick person. And I look at this differently now. And I know I've said this a few times. The thing is that Umar, these days, we don't really see him in cemeteries like we used to see him. He used to be in cemeteries a lot. I mean, a whole lot. I can pull up videos after videos, dozens of them where he's in the cemetery, yelling and screaming, talking crazy, live streaming. Don't nobody do that unless you out your damn mind. And then for people that he don't even know. Thank you, Carlita. Andrea says, in my Lenon voice, this guy is crazy. Yeah, he's back. Okay, thanks, Andrea. I got 3 more, and then we're going to close this out. Ike says, Baba da Poopi, he's like, no, let's not do that. You guys, y'all too much. Thanks, Ike. My father's a Christian, looks up to this pagan. Yeah, that's another part of this. And I told people, and again, I'm not a religious, I don't even consider myself to be a Christian. I think that you have to do certain things consistently in order to be that. Okay. But I have respect. Okay. I have a relationship with the Creator, as it were. And I know, people say that we should be faithful to God. Yeah, but God is faithful too. I look at it that way. That's the way I look at it. That being said, if you are a Christian, and I would say that there is a significant percentage of Umar followers who are, okay, you got some serious soul searching to do. And again, I'm not here to tell you anything. I'm just saying you got some soul searching to do with yourself and with your God, because if you're following around someone like this with the types of things that he's into, the types of and the behavior patterns. Okay, again, I'm not here to talk poorly about Ifa, because there are good people who are in the Ifa, but what Umar is doing, this is some dark satanic shit. I said it. And if you Christian, you know doggone well that's not an area that you're supposed to be playing in. You don't do it. I know that. Yeah, and again, like I said, people can do whatever they want to. But if you're a real Christian, nope. Nimi says, dang, I was on long distance phone call for a while and the cookie chat's still going strong. Yeah, well, that's how it go. Okay, that's how it go. Thank you, Nimi. Let me close out this poll. We're gonna wind this show down now. We'll come back tomorrow to finish this up. I want to get in just a couple more minutes on to the main video. We're at the 1 hour. We actually got 5 minutes into this video today. But we had a good time. The poll question: we got 2,095 votes. Can we get 5 more votes so we can get to 2,100? Okay, let's see if we can make that happen. The poll question is: are you an Umar Johnson supporter? 5% say that they are a supporter. 22% said that they were a supporter, but not anymore. And overwhelmingly, 74% said that they were never a supporter. I thought that there would be more people who were supporters and it may be that there are people who are supporters. They just don't want to vote. Okay, don't feel ashamed of it. There's people in here who used to be supported. 22% of the 2,198. We need 2 more. Come on, let's make it happen. They used to be supporters of Umar, and they're not anymore. And that's okay. You know, the idea is you come to the truth, you come to the realization, and then once you do, you make the appropriate decision. That's all it is. And it's okay. You know, so there's things that I've believed in the past. Later on, I realized it wasn't shit. Okay, move on. All right. A lot of things mistakes that I made in the past. Okay, forgive myself, move on. That's okay. That's just life. Right. What I'm attempting to do and what we do here in the Cook Christ, I know we goof off too, but it's about providing receipts and providing analysis so that people can have more information about Umar, and then they can have a level of informed consent so that you know what you're getting into. And I'm telling you right now, Umar, Umar Johnson follows. If you're still falling behind him and you've been doing this for some time, you don't know what you got yourself into, and you don't know the quality and character of the person that you're following. Not quite yet. Hopefully you will at some point. Okay, we made it. 2,103 votes. Let me go ahead and close this poll out so that it's archived here on YouTube. Also, Shay says hit that like button. Yeah, if y'all hit that like button, let me see where we're at with the likes, and then we're going to play a little bit more of this video so that I can feel at least we got something. Thank you, Nimi, too, as well for the super chat, and thanks Shay for being a member for 2 months. Let me refresh this to see where we're at with the likes. 816. Okay, that's good. That's fantastic. Thank you guys so much. I don't want to be greedy and say let's try to see if we can get to 850, but no, I'm just playing. Okay. Do I need to do a like drive? Do I need? Now, let me stop. Let me not, because let me play just about 5 more minutes on this. I'm limiting my commentary just so that I can feel like we got something done on this main video. Here we go.
Of their children going hungry when we spend $2 billion on Air Jordans a year. Yeah. $4 billion on liquor a year. Yeah. We spend $1 billion on chicken, turkey, beef, and pork made by non-black farmers a year. Yeah. We spend more money on video games, cable TV, and cell phones than almost every other group put together.
Boy, he lying. I know that's not true. Like one time he said we black people, we buy 90% of all beauty products in the United States of America. And I ain't gonna do it, but if someone ever wants to take the time to fact check this guy be lying so much, making up anything.
And we weren't about food stamps. Yeah. We will never be a political power.
Oh, Thanksgiving. When's Thanksgiving? We can do it. When's Thanksgiving? I think I'm off too. I'll have to look at the schedule. The thing too is for this. My plan is, because I got like 2 weeks worth of vacation I ain't used this year. I'll be trying to save it for emergency, because my anxiety with my kids, when they go back to school, I'll just be one of these days. I hope I get it under control. So I always try to keep hold on to PTOs just in case. But what my plan is this year is to get if I plan it properly, I could be off for 3 weeks for the holidays, and then for New Year's, if I use the PTO properly, I can be off for about 3 weeks. And if I do that, we're gonna be up on here. We will do a marathon for Christmas or in a New Year's. But Thanksgiving, I just got to look at the schedule. If I'm off on that day, yeah, we'll do a marathon. We'll do a marathon. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Shout out to East B too. Okay, and thanks for super chat too. I appreciate it. And everyone too. Let me just take a second just to thank people for blessing me, and you're also blessing my family. I appreciate. I don't take it for granted. I don't ask, but listen, if y'all bless me, I'm gonna thank you, and I'm very appreciative. Okay, thank you guys so much. Shout out to East B. Okay, let me play about 5 minutes. Let's go.
An economic power. Yeah. The problem with black financial power is not that we don't have the resources. We refuse to organize it for our benefit. Black people don't believe in weaponizing. You have the Mexicans, they weaponize their money. Black people never see it. Jews,
Thanksgiving's on the 27th.
Weaponize their money. Black people
This
never
year?
see it. Arabs weaponize their money. Black people never see it. We're the only group.
Yeah, I'll be off. Yeah. And let me confirm once I get to work. I'll have to look at the calendar, the holiday schedule. But I'm pretty sure I am. I'll have it off.
Systemically and consistently weaponize our money outside of the major black nationalist movements like the Honorable Marcus Garvey or Mr. Muhammad. We don't weaponize our money. And a big reason why we don't weaponize our money, two things. Number one, psychological.
Umar, you ain't got no money. What you talking about? We don't. Cut it out.
Dysfunction. Yeah. Black people's money is primarily spent to
What's up, Swagonito?
self-esteem and poor self-concept.
Let me get some shout outs because I'm tired of listening to this clown.
About ourselves.
What's up, Afro Punk?
To look better than other black people. As Will Smith said, black people spend too much money we do not have buying things we do not need to impress people we don't like. So our money serves a psychological protective function. You see that? Yeah. Black, and there was a research. There was a research article that came out.
What's up, lady?
Guess what it talked about? The unique spending habits of black people. They say black people.
This is a great question. Does he ever say anything positive about black people? It's all negative. He's abusive when he talks about black people. He be talking mad shit. That's what Umar do. It's all negative. Now, when he gets into the mode where he's talking about, black people and melanation and all melanin and all this stuff, then he be trying to act like black people superior. But that's because of skin color, in essence. But in reality in life, it's all negative. I mean, for you Umar Johnson followers, you guys got to really think about it. So when people say, he's talking that black conscious shit. Yeah, well, what's conscious about that? There's nothing uplifting about it. It's all negative. And he ain't the only one. I've seen a lot of that. Where people think that this is empowering. No, it's called black disempowerment. That's what it's called. All he do is talk shit about black people. Good question. Does he ever say anything positive about black people? And like someone said earlier, when he be talking about other groups of people, he puts them on a pedestal. Including them snow bunnies, because he won't want them big back snow bunnies. That's what he want. That's okay. Go handle that business, homeboy. That's what you want. You want one of them big ones, the one, make you sausages and baked chicken. Let me stop. Let me stop. I apologize to any of the people in the chat that are gonna watch this. Listen, I'm not the kind of person that if you're Asian, if you're white, it don't make Latino, it don't make me no difference. I don't care. As long as you're a good person, you good with me. Okay, I'm just goofing off. Let me stop. Let me stop. Okay, here we go. But real talk, does he ever say anything positive about black people? The answer is no. Okay. No, so yes, Sadiq Shabazz, he really does. He has a disdain for black people, and it goes back a long way. Now, listen, sausage and baked chicken. Ain't nothing wrong with the sausage. I'm vegan, but I'm just saying that Umar want one of them white women to make the sausage and baked chicken. A little corn on the side, just a little corn, not corn on the cob, but you're talking about a little corn on the side. Okay, let me stop. You guys got to admit that's funny. You white people laugh at it. You know what I'm saying? We all family as far as I'm concerned. I don't care. I already told my kids, I said, listen, If you gonna get out there and date, and what I don't care, as long as they're not stupid and crazy and they not doing you wrong, especially with my daughters, because I'll end up in jail. All right, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Are the only people in
See, part of the problem is I've been watching Paul Mooney and he be taking it too far. So that's why I'm okay. Here we go.
Or they do it more than other Americans. We will buy something not because we need it, but
Let me get
because
up
it's
out of here.
available
Guys.
and we feel that it enhances our self-worth. You got iPhone 16. You just bought it last week.
Yeah.
17 came out next week.
Yeah.
You got to go get it because it makes you feel better than yourself.
Umar, be quiet, because you know doggone well some of these women, they bought you an iPhone. I don't remember which one. They be buying you phones and sending it to you. You big, let me stop.
And other black people. We buy for psychological purposes, not for material necessities, right?
Yeah.
So that's number one. On the other side, we don't have to save.
Yeah.
We don't have to invest. We don't have to learn about crypto. We don't have to build institutions. We don't have to create some international Pan African economic empire. You know why? Because I believe in Jesus. And my pastor teaches me that if I keep my faith in Christ, Christ will take care of everything for me. I don't have to do none of this economic profile, invest, stock market, bonds. That is not how I save my children or my.
What are you talking about? There's Christians who are in the stock market, and what are you talking about, Umar? You see this guy? Listen, I have Umar telling you Christians that Christ can't save you. Don't make me pull it up. Play the last week. Look how he talking. So it's as if these black churches, they are. Listen, there are churches that they encourage their parishioners to go to college, get better jobs, to make more money, to invest, blah blah blah, because they recognize that when the tithing come, there's gonna be some money coming. You see what I'm saying? What you talking about, Umar?
My grandchildren.
Wow.
My pastor. I keep my faith in Christ. Christ will take care of everything for me. I don't have to do none of this economic profile, invest, stock market, bonds.
Listen, that's not how. Listen, I don't think like that. Yeah, I pray, but I got to put in work. Real talk. Most people ain't sitting back and saying, okay, Jesus gonna fix everything, or Lord gonna fix everything. Most people ain't thinking like that. There's some people, I'm sure, but most people ain't thinking like that. They got no. You can be as faithful as you want to, but you got to put in the work too, right? That's in the Bible. So what you talking about, Umar? Again, this is Umar disparaging black people, in this case, the black church. But I have him on record saying that Christ can't save you. And again, I'm not Christian, but I have respect. See?
That is not how I save my children or my grandchildren.
Wow.
My pastor told me that all I got to do is stay loyal to Jesus, and everything else will work itself out. What I'm saying to you, good brother, is black religion, not just Christianity, all of them work against the seriousness of attitude we need to have as it relates to the protection of economic enterprise for future generations, because they constantly preach to our people that money does not matter, only your faith. And so when you're dealing with the people who don't want to be responsible in the first place, don't want to work together in the first place, don't want to organize in the first place, who engages in systemic, conspicuous consumption to make themselves feel better and then deny it.
This guy, and he ain't got a job. He ain't got no money. He living off his mama who's on Section 8 housing. He got some nerve.
Last thing you can tell them is you do not have to be responsible economically, because Jesus Christ will handle your problems for you. If we do not challenge black religion, not just the church, but if we don't challenge black religion to change the economic message that it sends.
What is black religion? What you talking about? What anybody in the chat room? I'm just trying to understand. What's black religion? As opposed to just religion. Well, because it's black, that's why it's all, you know, broke down, and boy, I tell you, this guy.
To its constituents, we will never be able to build black power with the black dollar.
Man.
That message from the church, my brother,
Yeah.
is psychologically destructive to everything we need to do economically. I do not see black churches pushing financial literacy.
Yeah.
You know why? Because
That's not true. I used to go to this church because my homegirls, when I was in college the first time, my homegirl's mama, it was in they lived in Long Beach, but she went to school with me at UC Irvine. But I would go up there and I would go to church with them sometimes, and it was that one guy, because they had a something price. You guys know what I'm talking about? But they bought this big this property, and they built it's like a dome thing, you know, like if you went to a basketball game or something like that, like an arena. And it was gang of people up in there. And a lot of what they were talking about back then, it was about, you know, getting your money right, you know, 401k plans. And they had programs too, where people, if they want to come on certain days, like where they weren't having sermons or whatever, they want to come, and because they had it was like a school. It was a big old thing. And then over here, I remember that. Umar, you don't know what you're talking about. Was it Fred Price? I don't remember what his first name was, but he would always say works without such and such, and then they would break because it would be on TV, and then they would come back and he would have his hand like this still after the commercial. He wouldn't be staying there the whole time. He'd put it down, but then he'd get back in the same position when they would start, and they would say 5, 4, 3, 2. Then he'll start, he'll pick it right back up. Umar don't know what he's talking about.
the more literate you become financially.
Oh,
the more
Frederick
you become
K.
financially,
Price.
the
Okay.
less money you have to give them.
Look at this guy's avatar. What in the world? That's what's his name. Boy, that's crazy.
And so would you say
Fred Price,
part of why we aren't
What's
liberating
up, Ed?
ourselves
Hope you're doing all right.
financially as a culture is
No,
because
it's not Richard.
those that are in power are focused on I guess self-preservation above the collective preservation?
Not self-preservation. I'm going to say self-promotion at the expense of preservation.
Boy, Umar just rambling.
Okay.
I was at a home buying workshop in Philadelphia once.
I'm sorry, but Umar, you really tested me tonight. You done did everything tonight. I want to get a little bit further in, but we're gonna end it right here. Listen, Umar, everybody here in the Cookie Crush chat know damn well that you wasn't at no home buying nothing. What you talking about? You've been homeless since 2019, living in your mama closet, starting in 2020. A home buying? What, you ain't even got a car? What you talking about? There's steps to this. If you don't stop, why you gotta do me like that? Umar, come on, man. I'm telling you, I'm gonna leave it right there. This guy, boy, he be lying. Yeah, I was at a home buying just on Monday, just past Monday. You know how Umar do. Where we at in it? 1 hour and 9. Goodness, we got 9 minutes into this video today. I don't know what I'm gonna do with y'all. It's all y'all fault. Sound like Umar. We're gonna pick it up right there. But before we go, I want to play something for you Christians, and then we're gonna be up out of here, okay? Real quick. Lovely Elizabeth says, send it a super secret. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then at Mike says, hey, Lenon, I'm just curious, when you was practicing E5 religion, why did you leave it? And why do demonize African religion and upheld other religion? Are you saying, why do I demonize African religion? I don't demonize African religion. I don't demonize any religion. Again, like I said, I'm not a religious person, but I have respect. Umar shows no respect for Christians. And yet I would propose that his support base is largely Christian, black folk who are Christian, right? Going back to your other thing is when you was practicing Ifa religion, and I didn't see that as a religion at all. I saw it more as a what we would call a spiritual system. And my approach back then was that all of these people will call them deities, but they were just aspects of nature, right? Umar kind of sees them as entities, and I see how he can do that, but that's not how when I was studying Ifa, I had a Babala that I went to. That wasn't the orientation, but that is Umar's orientation. I don't know whether or not other people have that orientation or not. I don't know that. But why did I leave it? Well, in retrospect, I can see that it did not add goodness to my life. For me personally. That may for other people, but for me it didn't. In retrospect, I think it brought darkness, more and more darkness into my life. I hate to say it that way. Again, someone else may have a different experience. I'm speaking from my own experience in retrospect. Now, back then, I didn't see it. I couldn't tell. But nowadays, I can see it very clearly. I remember I had a friend and he's kind of the person who introduced me to it. And he had gotten a reading done. And he had to do a sacrifice. Okay, I never got into that part. Okay, I had like a shrine. I would put food on the shrine for the ancestors. I'm just being honest with you guys. Okay. But he had to do a sacrifice. And I remember we were out in this. I wasn't living out there at this time. We had made a trip out there to Oakland because his Babala was out there. And that same Babala was the one that I went to once I moved out there years later. That's where I met my wife out there in Oakland. And he was told by the Babala that he needed to make a sacrifice. And I remember I picked him. No. He was using my car because he didn't have a car, but he was using my car and he picked me up because we were going to drive back down to Southern California because he lived in LA and I lived in San Diego. I remember I picked him up I picked him up in Irvine because he was out there at that time. And then because I had met him at UC Irvine when I went my first year when I was there, way back in 1993. Anyway, he was in the Black Conscious and all this stuff too. So he was told that he needed to do a sacrifice. I remember he picked me up and we were gonna be driving back down. I was driving because it was my car. We were driving back down to Southern California. And when he picked me up, I got into the driver's seat and then he got into the passenger seat. And I heard the sound of like little chickens. I don't know what you could do, little chickens, like baby chickens, and it was in the back chirping and stuff. I was like, "What the fuck?" In my mind, now, I didn't. That's not what I said, but now I'm thinking about it. I was like, "What the fuck?" And I said, "What are those?" He said, "Oh, those are some baby chicks." I said, "Well, what are you taking them down to Southern California?" He says, "No, I have to." The Babala said I have to do a sacrifice. And he went on. He was explaining it to me, and I remember we were driving down the freeway. Was it 805 or 405, whatever it is? Coming back down south, and he had reached back, and he got all the chickens, and they were like in a bag. They were in a box, but they were all inside of a bag. And he had reached back and got the chicken and got it up to the front seat, and he said, just keep driving. We're on the freeway going 60, 65 miles per hour. He rolls down his window. He takes the chickens and the little babies. You can hear them in there in the bag, and he throws them out the window. No. I feel bad for them chickens even to this day. Babies. Those are babies. you know, as I think about it, I'm ashamed that I was even driving in that vehicle, and it's my car, but I'm ashamed of that shit because I've always had respect for animals, always been close to animals. I don't eat animals. Even back then, I wasn't eating animals. I'm vegan. I was a vegetarian, started at the age of 20. And then that transition when I met my wife to becoming a vegan. By the time we were 20, I don't know, 26, I was 26 years old, vegan. Reverence for animals, especially babies, because I look at it like that. It don't matter what the animal is. They got families. They you know, a lot of people don't see it that way. Okay, well, whatever. But to throw them babies out there like that, for what? What did that achieve? I mean, it hurts my heart even now thinking about that. It's just, you know, people can do what they want to. But when you believe in things that you don't understand, then you suffer. And I did. I can look back now in the darkness and the cloud that I was in. It continued, and it was an aspect of me getting into the conspiracy theory shit, because that was all darkness too. And then getting into the metaphysics shit, it was all darkness. So the point that I'm making is that, you know, thank God that I was able to get to a point where I started to get more light in my life. Now, you could be surrounded by darkness, but that doesn't mean that you're a bad person. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean that you out doing crazy shit, because I ain't never been like that. I ain't out here trying to harm. I've never been like that, trying to harm people and nothing like that. But there was something about my friend throwing, and I mean, he was a good friend for many years, throwing those baby chickens out, and we driving on the freeway, so just throwing them out the window like that. That to me was like, nah, you know. So I would say that was one of the main experiences. There's other ones too that caused me to realize that that wasn't for me. And see, now in retrospect, when I look back with wisdom, I know that that version of whatever that was wasn't for me, and that I got lost in it, and it was very dark. So now, am I demonizing African religions? No, I'm not. I'm saying that whatever religion you're involved in, it can be used for the dark side and it can be used for the light side. The real question is, what side are you on? And for people who are following behind Umar, I don't get it. You guys you're gonna realize one day. Look at all the darkness that's in Umar's life. There's a reason why. Am I saying it just because he's involved with Ifa in the bastardized version? No, that's not what I'm saying. I know that there are good people who practice Ifa, just like there are good people who practice Christianity, good people who whatever it may be, Buddhists, what have you. There's good people, but then there's also a lot of people. They just some nasty, shady ass people, and it's just darkness, and that's their approach. That's what they're doing. That's what they're involved in, and they done corrupted whatever quote unquote spirituality that's present there and goodness there, and corrupted it and made it into something that's dark. And I'm not about that. I'm not about that. Never was, never will be. So I'm just giving you one example of why it was that I moved away from that. I don't think I was deep into it, never did no sacrifice or nothing like that, but it did not enhance my life. What it did was that it brought a lot of darkness, and it compounded over time. And when that happened, there was other things too. You know, the Babala I went to, he has some very negative views about women that I just was like, nah. I mean, really negative. But again, there's people who are Christian who have negative views. There's people who Muslim have very negative views about women, but there's also those that don't have that. All I'm saying is that for me, that was not my path. Okay. And again, like I said, I'm not a religious person. I don't consider myself to be a Christian, because I think you have to really be dedicated to that. But I have respect. You know, if whatever your religion may be, if you living right and you're doing right by your God, I'm good. But if you in that darkness and you in that dark shit, you can miss me on it. Okay. And that's not demonizing nothing. That's just stating facts. It doesn't matter if it's Christianity, whatever, Islam, Ifa, whatever. And that's not the point. Now, real quick, if it works for you and you in the light, okay, do your thing. All right. Thanks, Mike, for the super chat. I hope I didn't say too much, okay? But I'm an honest guy, all right? I just know that I'm thankful for where I'm at today. A lot more light in my life. Thanks, Mike, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Big Dave says, that's an old mindset. Big Mama may have ignored her health or financial issues and just prayed, but we don't operate that way now. Umar is so dated. Yeah, that's the thing. This is 2025. I think Umar, he tries to pick these scenarios to paint narratives. That's what he does. And he'll lie. He'll say whatever he needs to do. And if he wants to demean Christians, he will go all in. One thing I can tell you, too, that let's say that Umar didn't get into E5, and he was into something else, he would go in on E5 if it fit his narrative to make black people look bad, and therefore put them in a position, a subservient position, as if he's going to have all the answers and he's a savior figure. Again, Umar calls himself the Black Christ. He calls himself the Black Messiah. Is that E5? No, that's not E5. See, he's twisted stuff. That's that darkness. All right. Thanks, Big Dave. And then Mike says, I feel you, Leonard, about the chickens. So he sacrificed those chickens. That's what the thing is that I didn't understand. It didn't make any sense to me. Why throwing out just throwing them out the window? I mean, we're driving 60, 65 miles per hour. He rolls his window down real quick and he just takes the bag of chickens and throws it out like that. Didn't say nothing or nothing. I remember I had talked to him about that like years later, and he says, yeah, I feel bad about that. Again, you get caught up in the stuff and you don't really know, like Stevie Wonder says, when you believe in things that you don't understand, then you suffer, and then you be doing stuff that you would normally not do. Why would you throw some baby chicks, some babies out? Like, because they're babies. And some people don't get it. Well, if you had a puppy, would you want to just throw the bag of puppies out the window? No. Well, then what's the fucking difference? Oh, well, because we've been socialized to think that somehow the dogs, that they have more intrinsic value as a living being than chickens do, or baby chickens. Not to me. It's all the same. I don't even like, even to this day, I don't even like stepping on ants. To this day. I don't even like, I don't like doing that. If there's a spider in the house, I don't like trying to stomp it. My wife, she don't like that. Get it out of here. I'm not trying to kill it. I'm not. I'm trying to catch it, and I go and put it outside. I have reverence for all life. I really do. So for him to do that to them chickens, and he felt bad about it years later when we talked about it. It was supposed to be some sort of a sacrifice, but I don't see what that would accomplish. I really don't. Even to this day, it doesn't make sense. And I don't care what someone says. If the Babalawo says whatever, well, yeah, but what does that really accomplish? No. And then instead, why don't you do something that's sacrificial for you do something. Okay, I'm not going to eat for 2 days, or I'm not going to eat for 3 days. You do something. I'm going to stop smoking this, or I'm going to stop, do something. You don't go out, get some innocence and throw them out the fucking window. Anyway, let me stop. Then you said, so what is your religion? I don't have any religion. I'm not a religious person at all, but I have respect. Okay, there are people in Ifa that I'm sure of it. Good people, they live right, they do right by other people. Okay, there's Christians that are that way. There's Muslims that are that way. Okay, all the way across the board. But then there are people, it doesn't matter what the thing is, they're of the darkness, and they use it and they twist these things in certain ways so that it just fuels the darkness and fuels the darkness. And that's what Umar has done. All right. Thanks, Mike, for the super chat. Okay, I was going to play one last part, but we're going to end it right there because Umar, he's talking about how, matter of fact, I'm going to go play it real quick. It's only about a minute long. So this is a video from this year, February 12th of 2025. Listen to what Umar say.
A sinner took the Shahada in front of another sinner, and now you think you saved. Lord have mercy. See how the devil works through the dogma?
Here it is.
Do you see how the devil works through the dogma? Do you see how the devil works through the doctrine? Do you see how the devil works through the doctrine? And guess what? Some of us spend our whole life mastering doctrine and dogma. We never communicate with the Almighty. Some of us spend our whole life mastering dogma and doctrine, intellectual, emotional masturbation, and never build a relationship with the Almighty. Some of us spend our whole... No.
Here we go.
Are you saved? That's the first thing my Christian brothers and sisters will ask. And I love y'all. I'm not down on you. The Christian brothers and sisters will say, are you saved? Saved from what? Saved from what? You think because Jesus is your Lord, you are saved? Only the Lord can save you. The church can't save you. Jesus can't save you. The supreme and only the supreme. Are you saved? That's dogma and doctrine. Can't no other human being tell you you saved? No other human being can deliver you. Can't nobody tell you you saved? Oh yeah, I got saved last week. Huh? According to who? You got saved according to who? A human being told you you were saved? No. 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 A sinner told a sinner that they were saved. Lord have mercy. A sinner baptized a sinner, and now everybody's saved. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. A sinner took the Shahada in front of another sinner, and now you think you saved. Lord have mercy. See how the devil works through the dogma? Do you see how the devil works through the dogma? Do you see how the devil works through the doctrine?
He's talking about himself. He's the devil. His mama calls him that. His own mama calls him the devil.
Do you see how the devil works through the doctrine? And guess what? Some of us spend our whole life mastering doctrine and dogma. We never communicate with the Almighty. Some of us spend our whole life.
I mean, the irony of this is someone who is a homeless bum living off his mama. He's out here in freezing cold, out here talking like this in front of some abandoned buildings to beg for money.
Mastering dogma and doctrine, intellectual, emotional masturbation, and never build a relationship. I don't care what shoes you put of the Bible with closeness to God. That might give you instruction, information, inspiration,
30 more
but
seconds.
that can't deliver you. The deliverance is in the work. The work. You have to do the work, and the toughest part of the spiritual path is righteous living.
This is from this year, February 12th.
And you know what? Some of you are on the spiritual path, but you dating somebody who could care less. Lord have mercy. Some of you are on the spiritual path. I'm not talking about no religion. I'm talking about a relationship with the Supreme. I don't care about no religion. I care about your relationship with the Supreme. Stop confusing religion with God. Stop confusing religion with the spiritual path. Jesus might be your Lord, and that's okay. But Jesus ain't my Lord, and Jesus ain't everybody's Lord. But if that's your path, walk it, sister. Don't argue. Some of y'all spend more time trying to convince other people to follow your religion than you spend trying to build your life. Stop wasting time trying to tell other people what they need to believe, because the beliefs ain't the problem. You got to live righteously. I don't care what jacket you put on, but when you come outside, you better have a jacket on. I don't care what shoes you put on.
He just saying that because he cold.
Why am I yelling? Block. Stupid ass questions.
See that? We're going to leave it right there. He said, Jesus can't save you. He says, Jesus ain't my Lord. And then when someone check him on something for him yelling, he says, block, stupid ass question. He's not of the light. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all something. We all have some darkness in us. Let's not get it tricked, because ain't nobody perfect up over here, myself included. Trust me. But the amount of darkness that's in Umar is I shouldn't use the word outstanding. It's overwhelming. And this is just Umar online. Can you imagine how he behaves offline? All right. Boy, this show, it went left, right, center, back, left, blah, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to thank you all for taking the time to hang in there with me during this live stream. If you enjoyed any of the show and you haven't hit that like button, go and hit that like button. It'll help to get this video out into the algorithm. We will come back. I'm off tomorrow. I'm going to be working on the next segment of the documentary throughout the day tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to put in a couple of hours before I go to bed. If I don't fall asleep, I'll at least get an hour in. And that'll be available for members very soon. And then tomorrow I'll schedule the part 4 of this particular series, if you want to call it that, and we'll finish the video. we literally got through not less than 9 minutes of the video today. But tomorrow we're gonna get on into it and we're gonna finish up with that video. Thank you guys so much. Thanks to all of the people who sent in super chats, or if you sent in super stickers, or if you send the Cash Apps or PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support, and I don't take it for granted. Like I said, and I keep telling myself that the Lord give it, the Lord take it. Again, I'm not Christian, but I have respect. And just as you can be blessed, if you don't honor those blessings and be appreciative of them, they will be taken away. And I'm not just talking about super chat. I'm just talking about life, right? So thank you guys so much for all the support. Also, thanks to the mods for handling business during this live stream. I appreciate that as well. And I want everyone to enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, I'm not going to do an outro because I think we did enough today. Okay. Matter of fact, I'll do an outro just so I can get into this chat room and say hi to people. Okay. Let's go with we'll go with this one. All right, here we go.
We repair and restore this building is brand new on the inside. We got to restore it because it was damaged. But brothers and sisters, modern. We don't have to worry about asbestos. We don't have to worry about lead paint. We don't have to worry about asbestos. We don't have to worry about lead paint. Brothers and sisters, we need the FDMG sign very large on all 4 buildings. I want to put the big logo in glass. I want it to light up at night. So when somebody drives down Ifatunde Boulevard, when somebody drives down Ifatunde Boulevard, when somebody drives down Ifatunde Boulevard, they will see the FDMG sign lit up at night. Cows, horses, chickens. The loosey goosey. You the loosey goosey. You anyone who has hated on me or this, you are not allowed in my school for the rest of your life. You can't come to an event. You can't come to the Pan African Youth Conference. You can't come to the Black Women's Fashion Show, the Black Women's Conference. You can't come to the study groups. You can't come to the think tanks. You can't come to none of the formals, none of the parties. You can't come to the yoga class. You can't come to the fitness center. You can't visit the Pan African Library. If you have ever hated on me or my school, your ass is not allowed. And if I catch you loitering around my campus. How we doing there, gorgeous? I want to have a conference. I want music. I want fashion show. I want seminar. I want yoga class. I want African language. I want a musical concert.
Oh, say, can you see the abandoned buildings behind me? I don't mean to criticize, but I'm tired of the lies. There's no HVAC to be seen. Donde estás, brother Jose Martin? What about the taxes still owed? 119 stacks, truth be told. And the rock still sits there, the only thing that gets care. No school to be found, plenty of trash on the ground. Oh, see that trap bando scampers right over there. Run them donations, 'cause it ain't free, 'cause it's a scam, can't you see?
Right across the street, we got a big park. We want to rent that out and do a big park, a big celebration with food and festivals and activities for the children with over 100 vendors.
All right, I needed that, boy, because it was kind of heavy tonight, wasn't it? Thank you so much, everyone in the Cook Fresh Chat, for taking the time. I appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow, okay?
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG, it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
Yeah, sabotage. Someone said they fell asleep. Yeah, I did too a couple of times during this live stream. I mean, I was talking, but I was asleep. All right, thank y'all so much. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you hadn't hit that like button and you enjoyed the show, make sure you do so before you head on out the building. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. Shout out to Cook Chat. That's on the video again. Thanks everyone who sent in super chats, super stickers, Cash App and PayPal. I appreciate it. Thank you for the blessings. Okay. All right. Love y'all. Talk to y'all soon. Take care. Peace.